Welcome to Paperweights, the podcast where two self-proclaimed gym rats and shooting enthusiasts delve into the world of literature with a sprinkle of humor. Although their biceps could crush a walnut, don't let that intimidate you. They also have a nerdy side. Mike and Brandon have a voracious appetite for reading, particularly in the fantasy genre, and they want to share their passion with you. So grab your protein shake and your favorite novel and join us for a humorous and insightful journey into the world of books with Paperweights.
Welcome back to another episode of the Paperweights. I'm your host, Brandon.
And Justin.
And Chris.
And this is episode 98, and we are discussing day 10 of Wind and Truth. We have finished this massive tome and of half of this series. So, we're going to dive into that shortly. First things first, we are sponsored by Mudcat Whiskers. They are a Louisiana local business that specializes in beard care products and candles. So head on over to his website, www.mudcatwhiskers.com. And don't forget to use code Paperweights at checkout to save yourself 15% on your beard wash, conditioner, oil, balm, butters, and soon to be cologne. And then also, congratulations to Sean McCaffrey 30 for winning the swag bundle. He was the first person after weeks, the first and only person to comment Golden Corral on that fateful episode. So congratulations to him. We'll get that out shortly.
Ooh.
So yeah, it feels like forever ago since we finished this book. Since then, we all went on a beach trip, and then I also went out of town for a concert, and it's been crazy. And unfortunately, this episode is late because we did have to put my dog down, and I was just not in headspace to discuss a book. So, but we're all good. We got a little fur clipping. We got his ashes in a little box, and got it put up on the shelf next to Kitty. Her ashes, anyway. It's funny because Jules, anytime somebody comes over, I'm sure she's going to point it out now with Aldous up there. She'll be like, no, we have 3 pets. This cat, and then look on that shelf over there. That shelf, yeah, that has Kitty and Aldous. People are like, what?
That's a little weird.
It is, but it's a kid.
But how old is she?
11.
It's a little weird.
But anyway,
might have some Children of the Corn happening over there.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past me or her. All right. So should we save impressions of the book and the series so far to the end and just get into the discussion?
Yeah, let's save it for the end.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, I guess if we're gonna do that, we should do it now because we'll kind of give our impressions by going through the book. So I don't know. Either way works. It just
fair enough. Either way.
Seems like we would they would know our feelings after the end of the podcast. If you want a brief summary, I can give it my thoughts. I think the end destination had some interesting things, and it made me. I'll probably read book 6 if it's then, but the overall book is really bad, in my opinion. But like the ending, some of it was kind of interesting. And at least stuff happened. That was kind of me. Like if the ending was bad, I would like probably never read a Sanderson book again. It would be like book 4 of Game of Thrones. And it's not quite as disappointing as
It's
that
not as
book
bad as
is,
that.
but it's close. And if book 6 is bad, I will not continue the series. Unless it's on the podcast, then I'll do it and you'll just hear me complain a bunch. But yeah,
Like
that's
we
kind
do
of
the
my
rest of the time.
yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it.
Yeah,
You think he complains a lot when he likes the book, just wait till he reads a book he doesn't like.
yeah. I no, I I thought the pacing I thought the pacing was lacking. I thought the story overall was fine. I really think um the fact that we did put limitations on ourselves to stop at the end of a day and wait several days until we discussed it to start the next section of it caused a slightly different opinion of it because we're like, okay, well, we got to this far. Well, nothing happened here. I gotta wait 5 days to continue to see what's gonna happen next. And as opposed to if we weren't discussing it and we just had it there, there's times where I would have just continued reading past the end of one day. And
Yes and no, but like
No.
nothing really happens in this book until day 9. Like if this book was like 900 pages, it would probably be pretty good, right? If Yeah, it just has structural problems that are real bad. Like I think the 10-day structure is pretty poor, just because a lot of times the characters didn't have anything to do, and it kind of felt like filler. And then like we get the conclusion, and it's like a lot of cliffhangers,
Yeah.
which is cool for like book 6, but like
I
for the end of an arc, it's not really an end of an arc. Um, but yeah, it's just I don't know. It's definitely not. I still like Sanderson, but it's knocked him down a tier to me.
yeah.
Where like his books are still good. I still love Mistborn. I still love the first 3 books. I still even kind of like Rhythm of War. Reflecting on it, it's still not a good
Rhythm of
book,
War has some good stuff in
but
it.
it still has some good stuff. And this has some good stuff. Like I read this entire section in one night, and it was gripping. It was really cool. I was like, oh, shit's happening. I enjoyed it. Most parts, some storylines are real bad, like Shallan and the Ghost Bloods, which we'll get
Yeah.
to. But I don't know. It it felt like a middle, like a slog Wheel of Time book instead of like the end of an arc. Because like
It's
the Slog Wheel of Time books are bad, but you kind of read them in retrospect, and like, oh, they're not bad, but like they're not ending arcs and stuff.
yeah,
I
like
I can
this
agree with that. So like I don't think this is I think this is very low on the Sanderson ranking on books, but I also see it as a setting up a stepping stone for more stuff. And like I already know, all right, he tied in the end of this to uh having Hoyd be on Scadrial for era 2 of Mistborn.
I mean,
Uh,
yeah, but
and
like, yeah,
see
good.
right there. That's from a fundamental point of view. I don't like it. And that is because if you put this as a Cosmere book, it's a mid-tier, middle, we're expanding the Cosmere book. If you have only read Stormlight Archives, you're like, because I know people like this. I actually know a lot of people who they're on like book 2 or 3 of Stormlight. This is the only Sanderson they've ever read. When they get here, they're gonna be like, I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. I just feel let down.
I mean,
Like there's so much that's propped up, doesn't go anywhere, and then there's so much stuff that points to directions elsewhere in the Cosmere universe that if you like, it's like
but
watching, it's like have never watching any Avengers movies and then watching Avengers Infinity Wars.
but then it
It's
also
like,
doesn't do it because then it's like, hey, we're stuck in time for 80 years or whatever, so like none of this shit is actually
yeah, but
gonna
like,
matter right now for the rest of the books. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know, like all of it just, and then the fact that it was the end of an era, it didn't,
It's
it
I
wrapped up like a couple stories.
this, the thing is,
Like
and
Seth is kind of wrapped up-ish.
yeah, but like
Like, I don't know.
I think if it wasn't set up as an end of an arc, but it's literally just a book five.
Yeah,
It's the middle part of a book series that then he's gonna skip for 10 years. So
yeah.
that's why it needed to be more self-contained and more finale. But if this was just like, hey, this is book five, book six is coming out in 2 years, and
That'd be fine.
it's gonna have a time skip. I'm like, that's cool, but
Yeah, there'll be a time skip at the end of this. This is it. Not
yeah,
this is the end of an arc. It's like it didn't feel
yeah,
like it.
yeah. That's this only problem. If it was set up like that, which I think is just bad marketing, and he's also like, it's gonna be 10 years. But like, he should just make Era 3 of Mistborn be like, this is the Stormlight Archive book. Like, if you need to read Era 3 of Mistborn to get into book 6 of the Cosmere, you need to like make it the same series. Like now needs to be the Cosmere. There should be no sub series. It should just be the Cosmere. And I think that's his problem.
Agreed.
Now we're getting
Focusing too
into
much
it.
on the universe rather than the actual story that he started.
You can focus on the universe, but it was like the Cosmere, and then like, all right, read, and then it's like subsections. Stormlight Archive. Then you read book five, and then you go to Cosmere, Ghostbloods, and you read that, and it's all the same shit and has all the same characters and stuff like that. Then it would be better. But like, I'm not gonna read Era 3 of Mistborn just to read five, book six. Like that, I think it's the fundamental problem he's having with this.
I
Um,
don't think you need to. I've read Era 2 of Mistborn,
well,
and
I mean, Wit's now on Era 3, or I don't, we don't know what Wit's doing in Scadrial. I mean, what I got from the epilogue or whatever is Wit's like, oh no, hey guys, go read Era 3 of Mistborn. That's why I didn't get Era 2, I got Era 3.
it's Era 2.
How do we know that for a fact?
I know it for a fact.
Okay.
Is it because you read Era 2?
Yes.
Well, that's what he's saying right there.
Well,
I don't
Yeah.
want to have
no,
to go read
Justin is
another
saying
series
he
just to
feels
figure
like
out
it's
what's going
Era
on.
3, but no, I don't. So I see that as saying, hey, look, if you want to know how Hoyd got from here to Era 2 Mistborn, then I'm telling you here.
We've never questioned how Hoyd got anywhere. Hoyd just appears places.
Okay, well,
I'm just
then
putting that out
No,
there. Like,
no, there's like all the theories about, okay, why is he here? How did he get here? When did he get here? The
I mean,
timelines.
uh,
It's connecting timelines more of, okay, when did things happen? Right?
I will say this, then it didn't, and I misread it because I read it as, all right, Roshar is now trapped in the bubble for 80 years. Now the next series is Ghost Blood, so that's what I'm going to be doing, and you should follow me to Ghost Blood. I thought that felt like a setup for Ghost Blood, but maybe you're right. I don't know.
No, it from the snippet and the characters that he interacted with and
Yeah,
the
but everybody's immortal in these fucking books, so like they could be thousands of years in the future or whatever. I don't know.
no, based on the description of things that are on Scadrial,
Okay, I
it's
mean, I believe you. I didn't read
Era
everything.
2.
yeah, I mean,
But it also, so
if you are a fan of the Cosmere as whole, the book's not that. Like, it's an okay book.
No, it's
Or
still
the
fun.
ending is okay, in my opinion. If you are just reading Stormlight Archives or something like that, it's
Uh,
kind of like how Kelsier. Like Kelsier still being alive. I think if you just read Mistborn, it's kind of like a wait, really? Why? I don't, and I actually like just reading like the Mistborn Era 1, kind of like that didn't need to be there. I don't, it kind of takes away from some of the impact of him dying. But as a full Cosmere thing, like storyline goes, yeah, it's kind of cool that he's still there. But it kind of, you know what I mean? Like it just takes away from the
I
small.
will say that if you were only ever to read the Stormlight Archives, book five takes you out of it, and you go, okay, well, what the hell? Like, there's obviously more, and he wants me to go read the other stuff. I
Yeah.
will give you that. I will 100% give you that. But I also think that each one is kind of set up, and there's some need, and he has a larger story. And it might go back to what Justin was saying, is that they don't need to be, but they do still need to be, because they are separate places. They're the pieces. Each series, each world is telling the story of those shards. And then what we need to get is the beginning of the shattering, what happened there. And so you have all these mysteries where you like, okay, what happened in the beginning? Why did that happen? Where did they go? And then at the end, okay, what is the end game for all of this, right? So we know there's conflict between the shards, right? And Odium, like Wit has been trying to get all the shards to go, hey, look over there. This dude is nasty as fuck, and he needs to be addressed. And everybody's like, no, we're pacifists. We're not.
I still don't understand why, but I guess maybe that'll be answered later.
I
Why
don't
the
know either,
but
but I'm
yeah,
interested. It's got me hooked and going. I want to know more about what this is. And so there's just levels to his thing, because there's the human and the small species stories that we get,
yeah,
and we see how on that small scale it affects everybody. But then we look at, okay, well, there's also the larger scale. And, if we're just talking about books, a lot of times when you're reading a story, it's the author is like giving you this story. They have that in mind, and that's what it is. And there's no need to worry about whatever else is going on. That's the thing. But with Sanderson's Cosmere, I feel like it's okay. There is way more out there, um, and what he can explore, what he can do. Um, but also he has an outline of grand scale, God level stuff, then like Herald level stuff, Radiant level stuff, normal people level stuff, and he tries to go through them, and he might not do a great job. Like, I'm not saying he does the best job of it, but I like it going back and forth, and you know, the end of this book puts you in that grand scale where you are off the planet.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
um
I I agree. I do also disagree a little bit with Chris. It's like I think the setup for the time skip is pretty cool. I don't know what the conflict is because the problem with fighting gods, your main characters aren't gods. I don't know what the fuck Kaladin and the Heralds are gonna do when they come back. It's like, oh, I
Yeah.
guess we're fighting two shards. I don't know. Like, so I don't know. Like, but the actual world setup is kind of cool with like Azamir on its own and people being in Irithu and like the 12 listeners are ruling the Shattered Plains. It's like it's kind of a cool like new world that they're doing. So I think that's cool, but I don't know what the plot is going to be. But like the actual like setup to get to that point, I think
I
is
don't like the setup as an end of an arc.
yeah. I mean,
I just don't. I mean, like maybe it's the fact that it's an Empire Strikes Back kind of setup. It's the bad guys kind of won, the good guys are on their heels. Let's see what happens
but
now.
the good guys didn't really lose anything. Like they lost like Thaylen City. Who cares about Thaylen City? They lost Stormlight, I guess,
They all
but I don't
Stormlight.
know.
yeah.
Uh, and then Shalon's just chilling, being
Like
like,
think about it like this, they didn't win.
they didn't win. which is
No,
fine. I mean, you can't win in halfway through the series.
I know, but I mean, I
Because
didn't. They won
yeah,
Azemir. That's
I
about it.
I would say I wish Shallan would go meet Thydakar so the fucking Ghost Bloods could matter, but that's we'll get to the Ghost Bloods. But yeah, overall, I interested enough in the new status quo to read the sixth book, which if this part was bad, I would not. So I think overall, I'd probably give it like a 2 out of 5, like pretty bad. I probably would have stopped reading it, but still Sanderson, still well written enough. Still has characters I really like, and some satisfying conclusion. I think Dayton's pretty good. That's my long-winded summary of it.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into the
Get
chapters.
into it.
All right. So
Alright.
first, the epigraphs. From the epigraphs we find out that Seth actually marries the daughter of the farmer that he got the cart from at the beginning of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Um,
Thoughts on the wagon?
and she is the author or one of the authors of the book Wind and Truth. One of her things allude to
The Knights of Wind and Truth. Come on.
it having multiple authors. And she was only privy to some things. So
And she's part of a organization run by Yasna.
I missed that, but
Yeah, one of them she talked about. She's like the head of our order, Yasna, something blah 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 blah.
Yep.
I'll try to find that one.
I
Okay.
think that was maybe the last one.
Maybe.
One of the last ones.
all right. So
Yeah, she did mention that. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yasna does some stuff.
Yeah.
What? But she formed something.
So do we think Seth is done? He's just like a farmer now, and like books.
I like to think he's a farmer.
I mean, it's a decent end for Seth.
Yeah.
I don't really need him in book 6, but
Yeah, like I really hope this is the end of Seth and he just can live a happy life, have children, be married.
yeah.
I think he's gonna go find the dissenters, but I think it's set that up.
Yeah.
But how long that takes him to do, I mean, he's on his own right now. I do know that he will choose to do what he wants to do from now on and not what people tell him to do.
Yeah,
I feel very confident of that.
he turned into Sylvester Stallone. That was his 5th ideal.
Chapter 133. Much of what I know of the Knight of Wind I get from Yasna Kholin, now head of our order, and a woman who has shown much patience for a simple Shin, blah, blah, blah. So she's part of some order that Yasna's the head of.
Would that not be the
I'm
order
a,
of Elts Callers?
Well,
Or
no,
it
there's
could be
Stormlight.
the,
There's no Stormlight anymore.
You don't know when this book was written.
It was,
It was written a few
obviously
years
written-
after. It was written like 5 years after. That's what she
Yeah.
said. After the events. So it was written before the time skip starts again.
But still,
No, she might be part of the
Yasna has
Aristotarians. Is that what they're called?
Aristotelians or whatever.
Aristotarians.
Aristotelians.
Yeah, whatever those are. Which they
But I
never
mean,
talk
she
about
might have
religion.
found a way to go to Uruthero, and there's the Knight's Radiance powers work in Uruthero.
You know, if she's talking to a simple Shin woman, they have to have been communicating. So there has to be something there. Something breaks.
I
They-
mean,
Yasna
she
gets
could-
out, they can make communication,
She could.
something.
I mean, there's probably like Void Light Spanreeds or what the fuck, or
Ah,
Retribution Light or whatever.
Warlight. Isn't that what it's called? Warlight?
rhythm of, yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Or she took 4.5
Ah.
years to travel to Uruthero.
maybe she walked. I mean, we know Noadon walked there.
Yeah, from Shinovar
That's
to
what Seth
Uruthero.
did.
Yeah.
That's a long walk.
All right, chapter.
All right.
Yeah, like
Chapter
30 of these.
126. That which he must not know. We get some Dalinar, Adolin, Seth, and I don't remember what happened. No, I'm just kidding. All right, Dalinar's section. The Stormfather shows Dalinar whirlwind visions of where he tries to find a vessel for the power. Dalinar tries to take the power of honor. It refuses him and yells at him, "Humans break oaths." Dalinar then forgives the Stormfather, and the Stormfather opens a portal for Dalinar to leave the spiritual realm. Dun, 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 dun!
Finally.
Yay! Then we jump to Adolin. They get some information from the Shattered Plains, that the Shattered Plains fell. Also, that Thelona defected. We know that there's 3 hours until Dalinar's contest at this time. We get there's 2 full Windrunners and some squires that are headed to Azimir. These are the ones that finished dropping off
Yeah, the mink.
the mink. Yeah.
Because it's whatever, Scar, I think.
Yeah. Scar and Drahi.
Yeah.
Maybe whoever. But anyway, Yanagan suggests that they find a way to fight back. Gezimel is relatively unscathed, and he ended up saving his dad, who is now missing 3 fingers on one hand. Then Yanagan orders Nora to leave with him, and Adolin wonders what to do with his second chance at life. Then we move on to Seth. Nail is laid up in a carriage being pulled by small horses, or maybe donkeys, as we call them. If Seth can gain Ishar's approval, he will become a herald. Nail is concerned about Ishar, and that he has been trying to build an army of physical Spren, and essentially fused.
Human fused.
Human fused. For some reason, I had a G instead of an F there, and I was like, what is this word? Gused. Nail thinks that Roshar needs heralds, new ones that teach and build up science and society. So that's what happens in the chapter. That last little bit, it did remind me. So Justin said, I don't know what we're going to need heralds for, because we've got gods going there. The heralds are there for the in-world thing. They're going to be tied to the world. Kaladin is not going to be leaving Roshar now, I don't believe. And they are there to help move that world along in scientific breakthroughs, and other things.
Yep. I mean, yeah, he's gonna fix them in 10 years, so because so stupid. Sorry, but yeah, the heralds were. I wish the heralds weren't a thing, but yeah,
I found them to be lacking. Not to mention that what
Anavas was not lacking, but the rest.
we never saw Prala.
she shows up at the end, right?
Yep.
Yeah, she shows up at the end, but in world we never saw Prala, we never saw Videl.
Yeah. The problem with them is there's too many of them. So like, and now that they're like gonna be a thing, like because they kind of have to be, because he's gonna like fix them or whatever, which I'll go to later. So like, there's too many of them, which is why I wanted like a new effect with characters we already know, so you don't have to like spend a bunch of time being like, here's Nail's flashback about how he was a child or something in book 6. But yeah,
I will say though, if in the new arc they do every book has flashbacks,
They
and
will be.
at least one of them is a herald, that would be kind of cool to
They
see.
sh-
At least one of them is. I know that.
What's the name of the world before it became Ashen?
Ashen.
But before that,
Alaswa.
Alaswa, yeah. It'd be nice to see Alaswa.
I wish he would do multiple characters having flashbacks. because I don't think any of the books
What if
have had enough room to need a character flashback the entire book. Like I think you could do multiple characters and it'd be better. Like what if like
Ashar and Nin?
yeah, something like that.
No, that
Well,
would
I
be
mean,
If you're gonna do Herald, you can
if you do one herald, you're basically going to see all the other heralds for chunks of that time.
sure,
Well-
but like some of them were fighting against each other.
yeah. So have one on each side, and then
I don't think we need Herald flashbacks because we know what happens. We saw the flashbacks already. So I don't think
yeah,
it'll be
I guess at this point we already know the story, don't we?
it'll be
No, we don't.
It'll-
We don't know what happened with them before they came to Roshar.
we
Well, we don't know
saw-
exactly what happened, but we know the result.
We kind of know. Like
We
what's his
know the
face?
result, but even
Yeah.
Nin doesn't remember.
Yeah, but we felt like Makabak was fighting against Ishar or whatever. Ishar like took down the king. Like we kind of know. Like we don't really need it. It's probably gonna be like Lift because we need Lift's mother, who's probably a herald or some shit. We need that. Probably. I bet Lift will be book 6 flashback or book 7. One of them. Show that, and then probably Gavinor.
Do you want to continue to speculate, or do you want me to look it up? Because Brandon has announced it.
All right, I'm gonna. You can look it up. I'll say it's gonna be Gavinor's flashback because we get to see what happened in the 20 years.
He was just tortured.
No, he's like
Not
fighting.
tortured. He was
He was
trained.
he was trained really poorly.
Well, he wasn't trained to win.
I know.
We
which
taught
is
him wrong. We thought it'd be funny.
uh, poor guy.
Yeah.
I called it though.
Oh yeah, he was definitely getting Jumanji'd, and he totally did. I'm so happy he did.
Yeah.
I'd have been let down if no one got Jumanji'd.
Yeah. You
What's
can't.
that?
That's definitely a Chekhov's gun you had to pull.
It was.
Um,
I'm gonna go check on my kid real fast. Be right back.
alright.
Yeah. All right. Book 6 is predicted to be Lift, I think, or expected to be Lift. Book 7 is Renarin. Book 8 is Ash. Book 9 is Town. And book 10 is Yasna.
Need a Renard flashback.
Huh?
I really don't need a Renard flashback. Like, it's gonna be like, oh, I was awkward and bullied as a kid.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think
Plus-
Lift is needed.
Yeah, because it has the mystery with her mother and going to the Night Watcher and all that stuff.
I would say
Which-
Ash and Town
Which I
both
wonder.
sound
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah,
Yasna is needed. Renarin is questionable.
yeah. I mean, Yasna, you'll get like. It's kind of spoiler that Yasna's gonna survive to book 10, but I mean, Yasna, you need the thing of like, oh, it was crazy, and they locked me up for like 2 months or whatever. Which I guess we need a thing about that.
Yeah.
I mean, Talon and stuff, they're cool, but like, I don't know. I guess he's gonna recover his memories and not be a vegetable, which would be cool.
Well, I think he recovered, didn't he?
Not really. I mean, I don't know.
All right, do we want to move on?
Yeah, I can move on.
All right, chapter 127. Shit, at this point we'll be here for 5 hours.
I know, 5 hour
120
bookcast.
7 their homes become our dens. We got some Adolin, we got some Dalinar. So Adolin is Maya's talking to him, tells him that he's been helping all along. Like, hey, you've been doing stuff. You don't feel like you haven't been. Scar and Drehi show up to rescue them, to fly them out, but Yanagun says he is not leaving and he wants to sneak into the palace, take the throne, and as long as he sits on the throne, Azamir won't fall.
Yeah.
So
We got our plan.
yeah, got the plan. All right.
Yes. Gox. I love Gox and Adolin and Gox. That whole storyline, the Agemir storyline, that is
It's funny because like
throughout the whole book.
this book, the Adolin Gox storyline is like by far MVP. And then last book, it was Navani and Raboniel. Both those books just can't do other storylines good. But like this storyline is really good. I like this.
Yeah,
I like
I
Dogs.
like it too.
It's a
No nuts.
I'll get to some quibbles with it later, but majority I like it. And I like the plan. We're gonna go infiltrate the castle.
And I will say most of what Justin says, objectively, I agree with. I just don't have as much of a negative, like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna read anything more. Like, I'm not saying like Brandon can do no wrong and that I'm just going to read whatever he puts out, because there's several books by Brandon that I haven't read. And but this, I like the theory of the thing. I want to know though. At this point, I'm highly invested in the Cosmere. I'm highly invested.
Ooh, level 2.
Dude, I'm
yeah.
gonna wrap you in aluminum.
Yeah.
Oh, that would kill him.
I know.
Oh, don't wrap
Yeah.
me in aluminum. I'll just put aluminum around my head.
It was more a point that like this shit's real good when it's good, and I just wish some of the other storylines were of the same quality. Because Adolin has been consistently good throughout the entire thing, mainly because I think it's like one of the only storylines that has like conflict for most of it, so you get some like good stuff. But yeah, I like all this shit with Gunks. He's a cool character. Was not expecting him to be a character once he got murked in an interlude.
Right. All right, so hop over to Dalinar, and he pops out of the spiritual realm, and Wit is there. Wit leads him to Navani and is telling him the story of the son of a lumberman, which, like, I was thinking about it. I was like, all right, well, I feel like this is just like back on planet Yolan, because he said I was real young back then. He also says that all governments are republics. Some just vote with coin or swords and not with people. Wit decides to do a little light weaving to hide Dalinar to just get through the crowds quicker. Then I felt like he might have used his Dawn Shard power at some point, but maybe not. And I didn't write down the example why I thought that. Or maybe Dalinar just sees his connection to everybody.
Yeah, I took that more as a his Bond Smith powers than the Dawn Shard.
Okay, yeah,
But it could be that. I don't, because I
I
really
wrote
don't-
it here as it could be either one, and I after rereading it, I think the reason why I put the second part with Dalinar is because I think it felt like it after I reread it right after, because I was confused. I was like, wait, hold on, what's going on?
Yeah.
So he just connects to everybody and is like, oh, they trusted me and they followed me, so I'm doing something good. And then I didn't write down the quote, but the end of that POV was funny because Dalinar was like, what happened to the lumberman's son? He's like, oh, he failed. It's like, oh, okay. I didn't expect him to actually go back to that story when they picked back up with Dalinar, but he did.
Is this a reference to any story we know?
No.
Okay, just check. Could be a novella that has a lumberman that blows up the world or something.
No, but I think it's back to an unwritten story like Dragonsteel or one of the Wit origin stories.
Nice.
Before they left the planet Yolan, which is like where all of the original humans came from, where Wit is from. This section does have one of the funniest quotes from Wit. He goes, also, I've been sleeping with your stepdaughter.
But I'm not gonna anymore.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Because she dumped me.
Via text message. And I responded via text message.
Yep.
Actually, no, I left a letter.
Them.
I left a letter on her pillow, is actually what he did.
Yeah.
So then we jump back to Adolin, and we've lost an hour. So there's 2 hours left to the contest. Nora is trying to convince Gox not to leave. Uh, there's a cute scene between Maya and Adolin, and she says her plan needed lots of soldiers. Everybody is prepared to accompany Gox into the throne room and protect him. Even the Windrunners agree to not continue to bring them out of the city.
Yeah,
Drahi and Scar distract the Heavenly Ones so that they can get in. Yanagon is like, you know what? I don't need these fancy Emperor robes because Aesir does not need an Emperor tonight. They need a thief. Um, so, yeah.
I will say if he comes out with a novella that's just Gox and Adolin doing something, anything, just
it's
something in the
it's
next 10 years in Aesir.
it's
I
just
would,
it's just a recap of their tower matches.
Yeah.
And then he moved to knight to e5. And then
It's just them
oh,
talking crap to each other during that. Be like, I'm
yeah.
no, I would take a mini series of Gox and Adolin.
Just each
Oh
page just
yeah.
has a chessboard with like the moves, and it's just them narrating their moves and being like, "You son of a bitch, you saw my plan." It's just Yu-Gi-Oh. I'll take Gox and Adolin Yu-Gi-Oh book. All right, I'm down.
The Adventures of the Unbound. They're just
You've fallen for my trap card.
Y'all got anything?
No, I mean I like the
not much on
Gox
this
stuff.
chapter other than
Yeah, good setup, good callback to his origins if you forgot about it in book 2. Right?
there was something I had it written down and I can't find where I have my notes anywhere. But there was because it's been so long, I actually read it, had notes from that, then listened to it again, then listened to it to a third time, and I had notes from the second time I listened to it that I can't find my notes the second time. But there was something in there where it might have been this section, it might have been later, but Wit did something where I was like, and the person was like, I'm feeling a little, I'm not as like basically it felt like he did emotional allomancy on him. So I'm like, oh yeah, he could do that. He could do that to people.
Yeah,
Damn.
he can.
See if straight up Mistborn.
Yeah, he's a misborn.
Okay, teach it everything.
He did the same thing Ellen did. He took a
Mm.
medal, became a full Mistborn. A powerful Mistborn too, like an OG Mistborn.
I will say we get our some people that are gonna probably be important next book come along with them, which is Zabra and everybody's favorite May Eldar,
Yes.
who will definitely have a flashback in book 6. She's gonna be the flashback character, not Lift,
May,
because nobody cares about Lift. It's all about May Eldar.
Well,
no,
this off world anyway with Xyle.
it's going to be May Aladar instead of Renarin. Oh, Chris, you weren't here when I went over
Oh no, I was not. I was
book 6, Lift, book 7, Renarin, book 8, Ash, book 9 is Talonat, and book 10 is Yasna.
This
okay.
is still unconfirmed, but likely, I think, is what he said.
Yeah, most expected.
Okay.
He reserves the right to change it, but that's what his current plan is. So, all right. The Price of Survival, chapter 128. We get some Seth, some Dalinar, some Adolin. So Seth, Nail is revealing things to the gang there. That Ishar worried about the weaker heralds breaking. He sent Nail to prevent the rise of new radiance. Ishar took control of some of Odium's power and wanted to make Spren physical because then they wouldn't be able to be tortured.
I don't know.
I don't know how that works, but also created human fused out of the honor bearers.
Yep.
Seth considers if the sacrifice is worth it to defeat the fused. Kaladin says even if it causes their own death, staying true to themselves is 100% worth it. Then we got Billid claimed to have found old Skybreaker oaths. So Billid is one of the Skybreakers that broke off from Nail. But Nail doesn't like speak more about that. And then Seth finally feels like he has to do something for himself and not just for others.
Hmm.
Yeah. The thing is, the only thing weird is like we already know how to defeat the fuse. We have the anti-light that just kind of kills them, so we don't really need weird physical spread. Which I thought that was going to come up, and it didn't. I really thought Still was going to become human.
I didn't.
Or not human.
Physical spread are what they are, I guess.
There's still 5 more books for that to happen.
True. I mean, it's fine. Obviously, I mean, it didn't really have a place in the plot. It was just kind of funny. Yeah, good stuff.
We did find out later on. We do discover that basically any Spren can grant any surge.
You find that out?
Yeah, it's
that.
somewhere in there.
I don't remember that. But yeah.
Well, they can't grade any surges now because there's no Stormlight.
Right. But Nightblood can. He can grant all the surges.
He talked to
and he still, because he feeds on Stormlight and then just
investiture though, so if they just need to get an Alamaster.
Investiture, yeah. I guess so, yeah. He feeds on investiture, so
yeah.
I
think something happened with him, but we could discuss later.
Could hypothetically someone like if you were a Radiant and you were in Urithiru and you pulled out Nightblood, could he just go just continuously, or would he eventually kill the sibling?
Probably kill the sibling.
He would probably kill the sibling.
It'd be kind of cool if he was infinite. Then it's just like no, he can just be on now. He's just hanging out. Like
I want to know if you put him into the spiritual realm, would you just kill it? Would you eat the entire spiritual realm and you'd be all fucked? Should ask Brandon that.
I'm sure somebody has.
Yeah.
So we'll jump over to Dalinar. Dalinar and Wit continue through the tower, and Wit continues the story. Basically, the story shows how even if the destination is what you thought it'd be, and your journey didn't change that outcome, the journey was still worth it and not pointless because it's your journey. He feels good that they are sending a king to face Odium and not just a soldier this time. So just kind of like Wit's thoughts to Dalinar as they walk through the tower. And we jump back over to alien Adolin, who's getting his stump refitted by Jakik, a surgeon. He gives him some fire moss for the pain. He warns him that it's like, I usually reserve this as a last resort just because it's so addictive. Hopefully our boy Adolin does not end up a fire moss addict.
As far as we know, he didn't, because it shows him months later and he wasn't. So
yeah,
I was worried.
He could be Teft 2.0.
I love Teft, but
they settled on sneaking just 11 people into the throne room because they were like, you know what? If we sneak everybody in, then we're not being very stealthy at all. Maybe our D&D group can learn something from that too.
One of us will fail our stealth roll.
Yeah.
Maya and Adolin discuss Adolin's changes and how he realized he can just be a person and let Dalinar be a person. He doesn't have to be better than or the same as Dalinar, and Dalinar doesn't have to be perfect. People can be people. They don't have to live up to the ideals of others. It's kind of the point of that. And then Yanagan leads them into a secret smuggler's port where they meet Jaxim, a guard who will lead them across the grounds to the throne room. Apparently, like, Nora is like, wait, you knew about all this stuff? It's like, yeah, I was a thief. And this, I used this. Like, I used the thieves as part of my
Yeah.
part of my empire here. So
It is a little weird it exists, but
I
it's
could
fine.
I could kind of see it where like I couldn't see it working forever, but I could see the idea of it's like, hey, there are these guards where it's like, hey, you need to meet with, oh, you want to sneak, I don't know, like a lady of the night in to go meet with the guard, the captain of the guards tonight. Okay, this is where you sneak him in, her in through. Or, oh, you're coming to play you have like an illegal towers game that y'all are betting on, and over here, let me get y'all in. Or even maybe like, oh, you're coming to I don't know, maybe even like copy the numbers or something like that, like small little scale things.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how like they could police that because like you'd be like, oh, I'm coming in because I have a letter that the captain of the guard wants to get out. He doesn't want anyone to know about. So let me get in this thing, and then you get in there, and you just start robbing the place. Like, how would they
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, it'd be like if you could bribe the Secret Service to get into the White House. It's like
Yeah, it's a
it's
little.
a little weird. Also, it's called the Smuggler's Port, so I was like, wait, there's a port underneath the palace. I was confused for a little bit, and so I was like, no, it's just the name of like how you get in or whatever. Um, it's fine. I mean, it works. It's another thing for his thieving background, that sort of stuff.
I
Um,
like it.
yeah,
Okay.
I like it. It was just kind of funny.
I will say one thing though, the Adolin talking about Dalinar. It's not quite the same, but in a little while, Seth talks about his dad and how he accepts that his dad is he's a parent, but he's just a person. And it's kind of like that same thing of like, don't idolize. It's like the moment you stop idolizing and you start realizing they're a person trying also.
Yeah,
They're not going to be perfect, but you know, I don't know.
and
It felt kind of like that. Like it felt like the echoes of that.
yeah,
Well,
and
I guess that is the echoes of this. But
yeah, and all the Maya Adolin stuff really works for me. It's like it's the thing I was most invested coming into this book, from book 4 and earlier, book 3. So and it pays off really well. So I'm glad to get to that. But yeah,
you know what didn't happen?
hmm.
Syl and Kaladin hadn't got together.
No,
I
you know
thought
what
that was
also didn't happen?
what?
Moash wasn't killed.
no, he wasn't. He just
We'll get to Moat. Actually, does he show up?
no, he won't. He doesn't show up.
Yeah, he
He's
doesn't
doing
show up at all.
Yeah, yeah, that's
saw
really.
the last of Moash. He ran away.
I think that's a real messed up.
Yeah, that is a huge misstep for me.
Yeah, I think it like
Especially because how what happened to him at the end of the last book. If
yeah,
Yeah.
that was, giving him the crystal spikes in the eyes, if the only thing for that was just to serve to kill to who did
Leighton.
kill
and
Leighton and
Leighton
then
and get rid of
force Sigil to get rid
Sigils.
of Yenta.
Yeah, but
To me, there had to be a little bit more, but also that's that's the expectation of reading a book, right? And thinking that everything that is in the book has to have a big outcome. Whereas in real life, somebody could just really come along and do something to you and then never show up in your life ever again.
But people don't read books to mimic
yeah,
real life. Like in a play, Chekhov's gun, the idea of Chekhov's gun. If there's a gun on the table in the first act, it has to be fired by the end of the movie. I mean, by the end of the play. Otherwise, you're going to say, why is that gun there? In real life, people sometimes just have, like, people might be like, oh, I'm sorry, it's my gun. Let me put it up. And that's it. And it never comes back up. But in a
Right, but it
play,
doesn't have to be.
it doesn't have to be, but that
but
makes it a
it's
non sequitur, which is
yeah,
not good storytelling.
like
Storytelling isn't real life, it's storytelling.
yeah, and like
Like, there's a
the thing
difference.
is
Now
Moash.
you can, I'm sorry.
The thing is like Moash. I don't have any want to read about him in book 6, so I don't know why he's still around. And like, let's say because Sigil's Spren needs to die or go away for Sigil's thing in another book. So what if he did that, right? He gets rescued by Lopin, and then they both have a cool fight. You get a cool fight at the Shattered Plains. Maybe Vinley shows up and helps them fight him, so you have a reason for Vinley to be there, and you have like a cool 3-way fight, and you kill Moash. Maybe a Chasm Fiend helps out, and you get the cool Chasm Fiend fight with Moash. But you get a cool thing, and then Moash is dead. They avenge them. They avenge the Bridgeport people. For theft or whatever. And you shot him to the face. You kill a villain. You have a cool fight, and you end that. I don't like book 6. Like I don't really want Moash. Like what is he gonna do? Be like be emo and like show up and like randomly kill a Bridgeport guy?
All right. So look. We know one. Okay. One. We know Cultivation's perpendicularity and Well of Power was guarded up in the Horneater Peaks where Rock was from. Rock went there. We know Rock has a novella coming out. Crazy ass theory right here. Rock took the power from the Well of Cultivation and is partial godlike power now. And he fights and kills Moash in his novella.
I would find that incredibly unsatisfying because it would be in a novella. And
I'd be fine just because Moash should be gone. Because
I don't want Moash in book 6. I don't see
you have the
how
Blackthorn.
Moash does anything in book 6.
Yeah.
You already have a badass warrior fighting right under Odium or
that thing that's stupid too.
L.
You also have L, so you have a commander
No, you don't. You don't have L. L is a pointless character. Why is L in this book? Why is L in this book? He does nothing.
L is still there, and so you have someone that's smart, planning, and all that stuff, and you also have the Blackthorn, so you have a warrior. Moash is redundant.
L, God, I fucking hate L. Why is he in this book?
I actually the little bit of L you get in day 10.
Yeah, he's kind of cool.
Actually intrigued me.
Why is he not in this book?
I know. I wish there was more of L. I want more because I was like,
why wasn't he the antagonist against Sigil? With Sigil being like, "Oh, I'm a leader and strategist now," against L, the strategist, and he's like, they're like doing chess moves like fucking Matt Cawthon.
Because this book is a setup for the next arc. It's not an end of an arc. It's just a setup for the next one.
He was in the last book and didn't do anything. Like if he did,
L showed up right at the end.
Sure. Like, oh god.
Like didn't he come in like the either the interlude or the epilogue?
Like all he did.
He showed up at the end, but also one of the epigraphs
was L.
Was
from L,
musings of L.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All he did this book was show up and be like, "Oh yeah, you filled out the documents correctly. I guess the Shattered Plains are yours. Here you go." That's it. He went to the Shattered Plains and was like, "I have a plan to do something." Then we didn't see that plan happen. Like L was cool. Like we should have had POVs from L being like, "Oh, I think Sigil is doing some weird feint moves over here. I should like counter chess because blah blah blah." And we have like a cool back because this book. I like this section. I don't like this book. The main thing that's bad about this book, and it's bad, is there's no good villains. There's really not good villains in Stormlight, except for like Amaranth and Sadius. Like actual Odium sucks. Taravangian's kind of cool, but he's a god, so you can't really fight him, as we find out. And then like all the feuds suck, but Rabonio's cool, but she's not even really a villain. Like the fucking blood
Moash
guy
was cool through Oathbringer.
Yeah, Moash was cool, but then they ruined him.
Yeah.
Like the blood guy that Adolin fights here is like such a cartoon. I'm gonna bathe in your blood, but I'm also not good enough to kill you when you're having a chandelier and a half shard blade. Whatever, we'll get to that. So like it's vastly missing good villains. Like as flawed as the villains are in like Wheel of Time, because like the Forsaken never really win or do anything good, they're at least interesting and cool. And like Rabonia was cool and they killed her off. And then she ended up not being a villain. Like Eshonai was cool, but she also wasn't really a villain. Vinley was kind of cool, but then she wasn't a villain, and then they didn't do anything with her for 2 books. Or for a book. So like I wish some of the feuds were like the Pursuer. The Pursuer started off cool as shit, and I was like, oh wait, he's a little bitch. Like he wasn't scary. Like none of the feuds are scary. It should be. And I think that's the biggest thing that's missing from this book is like a good villain. L seemed cool, seemed very competent. Terranigin was like, oh shit, this guy's actually really cool. We're gonna put him in charge. We're gonna change stuff. And like he doesn't do anything in this book. And it's real annoying because we really need an antagonist that's not a god because we can't fight a god.
Yeah.
And like the
No,
Ghost Bloods aren't really a thing, kind of, but not really. Like we need like a Lanfear. We need like any of the like the really cool for the Samuel, really cool Forsaken, or like anything in like an actual like a Joker. We need like a villain, a Darth Vader to our big God Emperor thing, like to actually like give us a little bit of a scare. Never scared for our characters reasons. And I think a really good villain, like the Pursuer, was scary until they made him a bitch. Like if they didn't make the Pursuer a bitch, I would have liked it way better. It was cool when Kaladin made him a bitch, but in retrospect, it's like, oh yeah, he's just another kind of shitty fuse that doesn't really do anything. Has a cool power, but like, yeah, I hope the next books have a good villain. Because
I agree.
like Mistborn has good villains, right? Like it has like Ellen's father is a really good villain. Zane's a really good villain. Like there's a lot of really good villains in there that you're like, oh shit, they're competent, and like I'm scared for my characters. This is just kind of like they're kind of like half villains and some friends, and I hope that's next book has a really good villain.
All right, let's move on to chapter 129.
It's in light.
Oaths and Light. We got some Kaladin, Adolin, Shallan, and Navani.
I'm gonna have to go for a second.
Yeah, you do your thing.
Go
Yeah.
do your thing. You'll come back.
I will be back.
You'll be empty.
No.
All right, so Kaladin. Nail is telling them more about Ishar taking the power. He doesn't understand some things like how Ishar connected or how Ashen caught fire. Seth decides he has to be the one to say the words of another ideal, but he has to defeat Ishar to achieve the fourth ideal. So he's kind of caught in a little paradox.
Yeah.
Kaladin realizes he will have to help Ishar the same way he helped Nail. The wind says that it will take everything and he will become the champion of the Spren when he does. And they arrive at the monastery, each with their Spren in human size, approaching Ishar with the wind joining as a soft, encouraging breeze.
Just blowing around.
We'll move to Adolin. He's suspicious that the palace is a little too quiet. Sends Notum to check the rear. The throne room is lined with aluminum, so they can't cut through, and the secret entrance is also jammed shut. All three of their exits are in the T are in fact blocked by singers, so they are in a trap. Adolin reveals the fourth way a smaller force can beat a larger one, and that's the human spirit. You can't account for what humans might do. And then Adolin realizes that Abadai is in the throne room. He steps in. Abadai hits the thing next to the throne, closes the door, seals him up. And Adolin's like, oh, I've got to summon Maya now. And he can't because of the aluminum.
Yep.
And Abadai rushes forward to attack. Shallan rejects the lies of the future visions where she kills those she loves, and she lives a life with people who love her back. She gets pulled into Renarin and R'hllane at that moment. So she shows some kind of control over the spiritual realm here.
Yeah, she's been doing that more and more about the book.
Yeah. Together, the three of them solve the riddle that Mishram shares things with all three. One, R'hllane was abandoned by friends. Renarin wanted to stand up for himself, and so she wanted to stand up for herself, and that she deserves her suffering, like Shallan. Um, so she thinks she deserves her suffering. They all find a room at the end of the hall with a corpse wearing Melish's clothing. It was in Melish's childhood room, kind of like they had been doing all book long, like delving into their childhood rooms.
Yeah.
And then there's a yellow Heliodor in the chamber as well. And Reyes shows up. Shallan leaves Renarin and Rlain to deal with Mishram while she faces Mraize. Then we move on to Navani. She embraces Dalinar for a long time as he comes out of the lift. Um, Apparently, Sabariel and Pelona were getting married up here.
Yep. I mean, saving
So,
the world, right?
yeah, good on him for finally putting a ring on that. Yasna has also returned to Urithiru, and she's just kind of like defeated and depressed, almost like a callback to her childhood, and where she just got put in a room, um, and basically becomes nothing for the rest of the book, which is
Yeah.
kind of also disappointing.
I mean, same with Navani.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just become nothing. Navani tells Dalinar to do what he would do, not what others would do. He then realizes he has to find a way to defeat Odium fully and not just protect Alethkar. So, and grabs his copy of Way of Kings and heads up the stairs.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, the Adolin and stuff, that stuff is the coolest, and we're gonna get into more of that. But like him, he also should have known that when he stepped into that room, it would have locked.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Gox forgot to tell him that.
But, I mean, if you think, I mean, he told him it was lined with aluminum.
True.
The secret door is jammed shut. Okay, there's one entrance.
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
I mean, Adolin knows he's smart enough to
Yeah.
have realized that, but also it needed to happen for him to realize, oh, you know what? I have control over this armor. And I it telegraphed it for me because I was like, oh, he can't summon Maya now. But he did talk to the sprint of the armor earlier in
Yeah.
the book, and they seem to kind of reflect feelings back to him. So I was like, I know exactly what's going to happen and how he's going to win this fight.
Yeah. And once again, we can get to it when we get to. I can just say it now, or we can say save it until we get to the fight. What do you think?
We'll wait till we get to the fight.
Alright.
Maybe Chris will
I
be back by then.
I like it. We get the Admiral Akbar. It's a trap, but you have to proceed forward anyway because you got to win the throne room. So it's gonna be a desperate fight. Um. We get the last thing in Navani. Not much. We do get the thing of Gab's back. See. Um. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I didn't even mention that. Yeah, he was like, "Where's Gav?" And she's like, "Oh, I'll put him in the room sleeping."
yeah, he's just a. Do you think like? Probably not. I was gonna ask. Do you think like a somebody's soul is gonna get put into that like corpse body of Gavin?
Yeah, I don't even know if it's actually like a a person's body.
It has to be, or else Devani is very oblivious. It's just like a clay child. She's like, "Oh yeah, you've changed a lot, Gavin." Because
Um,
he had to have spoken like a word or two, right? Like, "Oh, you're back," and yeah, and then pass her or something. Unless
yeah,
you just
I don't
because
know.
uh, yeah,
I do. So I can't talk about the Emperor's Soul,
I mean,
but reading it, and I've been reading it the last couple of days, and it has me theory crafting for the second set of books for Stormlight. The magic system, what can be done is cool. We've seen it. It does show up in the arc era 2 of Mistborn, so it's not just stuck on that planet. So it'd be
Well, I
fun.
mean, Wit probably has it because he has every power.
Maybe.
It seems like he has everything.
Yeah.
He just goes around collecting powers. Got to catch them all, which I mean is cool.
Yeah, I mean he loves to collect the powers.
Yeah, it was nice seeing Sabariel again. I liked him in book 2. But yeah, other than that, yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of a bridge chapter.
agreed. All right. Chapter 130. Try to move a little bit faster.
Yeah.
The pleasure of bleeding. You get some Seth, Dalinar, and some Adolin. Seth is there. Ishar confirms he was the voice from for over all those years that Seth and the honor bearers have heard. He said he sent them all the Spren away from Shinovar hundreds of years ago, and that's why there were no Spren in Shinovar. Then the 6 honor bearers appear and take their respective blades from the cart, which makes sense because 6, and then there's Seth, then there's Nail, then there's Ishar, and then Jezrien's blade. Yeah. So, Nail places his okay. The 6 honor bearers appear and they take their blades from the cart. Then Nail places his and Civi's into the stone. They don't really go all the way down. Talonat's blade is in the stone already. Seth's father has replaced the Edge Dancer honor bearer. Because later on we're reminded that Edge Dancer honor bearer was the only one that Seth killed with Nightblood, which is why they didn't show back up. So Nightblood kills Fused permanently.
Kills everything.
Um,
If it can kill a god, it can kill a Fuse.
Yeah. Seth tells Kaladin to talk to Ishar while he handles the honor bearers, and then they all attack Seth at once. Jump to Dalinar real quick. He meets with Taravangian on the roof, and Taravangian brings his own champion, who appears to be Elokar.
Done.
Dalinar's like, what the fuck? That's my nephew. He was dead. How is he here? You'll get the reveal in the next chapter.
Called it.
You called it?
Yeah.
Then Seth, jump back to Seth. He figured that Natura wouldn't hurt his father, wouldn't hurt him, but he punches him right in the face. And then all 6 honor bearers gang up and kick him while he pleads with his father.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, he's like, die. You gonna suffer. And we jump back to Adolin, our boy Adolin. He's fighting Abadai. He tries to reach the throne to unlock the doors, can't find it. He calls Abadai out for running away from Talonat's attack because he's like, hey, why are you the only one that survived that fight when Talonat killed everybody? Is it, oh, you ran away. Okay. Little pussy. Adolin remembers that Kaladin has defeated the shard bearer without shards before, and then reflects on his training with Zyle. He realizes Abadai doesn't want to kill him yet because he wants to use him to entice Yanagon into surrendering fealty. So he doesn't just want Azir, but he wants Gox to swear fealty to him. So kind of hubris. Then Adolin remembers the plates and everything are made of aluminum. So all the like dinnerware and Atlas made of aluminum. Grabs an aluminum candelabra and uses it to parry Abadai's shard blade. And this at this point is where I made the guess that Adolin was going to convince his plate to leave Abadai,
Yeah.
which turned out to be true.
Yeah. I as cool as this fight is, I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's just it's a suspension of disbelief, and I know he's not trying to kill him, but he is trying to kill him later. And it's just like if he just got like stabbed or something, like he he's fending off a shard bearer fused with thousands of years of experience when he just lost his leg yesterday. He's walking up. Like it's cool. Like the thing is cool. And if he didn't lose his leg, if he lost his arm, it would be fine. But like it's just like why did they make him lose his leg? Just like make him be stabbed, make him lose his right hand or something like Jaime Lannister style. It's just it's a little too dumb, even though the moment itself is really cool. And the fight itself, if you just get past, if you just like, he still has his leg, he's just a badass duelist, it works. But it's a suspension of disbelief a little too far for me. And I wish it worked because the actual thing that happens and the thing after, which we'll get into later, is so cool. It's like what I was looking forward to in this book, actually the most, because the Adolin Maya stuff is literally the thing I care most about coming into this emotionally wise, and it pays off. It's just that one thing. Have him like chop off his leg if you want him to be disabled. Like have him chop off his leg in the fight or something. But it's just it's a little too dumb. Like I'm fine if you want to have him survive the shield wall, sure. But like 1,000-year-old fuse in shard blade with a shard blade fighting a dude with one leg is just a little too dumb. It's, if you want me to take the fuse seriously, which you've shown all books, you just can't. Like the fuse are such a joke. Like I understand why the humans win because if all the fuse sucks so bad. Like how are they this bad? Like I wish they were more competent. That's when it goes back to the villain thing. It's like they're so shit. Like have them like beat the shit out of Adolin and like gloat over him. Then he pulls the arm and like blocks the blade or whatever as he's striking down. But like he just kind of like wins, and it's just so unbelievable. But the moment itself was cool. It's just if he didn't lose his leg.
It's funny you mentioned like lately one of the things on the internet has been can 100 men beat a gorilla? Like, and it just reminds me like you could take like the strongest men and you know if you do one human at a time, like one man at a time
They're all
versus a
dead.
gorilla, the gorilla is going to beat every one of them in succession.
Yes.
But if you throw 100 of them at the gorilla at once,
A lot of them would die, but yeah.
a
But
lot
yeah,
of them would die, but they would eventually overcome. And it's funny, somebody pointed out there's this, I forget the name of it, but there's this Japanese sport where it's almost like a capture the flag. And you've got, I don't know how many men, but you got one person standing on top of this pole. And then at the base of the pole are like 50 to 100 men. And then you've got they say go, and then 50 to 100 men on the other side of the field rush at this glob of people, and like they launch themselves on top and climb on top of people to try to take the person off of the top of the pole and push the pole down or climb up onto the top. I don't know all the rules, but like
sounds very Japanese game show. They do
it
crazy shit.
it is crazy like the how they just like throw themselves and like like if you've seen the movie World War Z, which is not a great adaptation, but how the
You know,
zombie
yeah,
ball,
falling all over each other. Yeah, it's cool.
yeah, it's kind of like that. So if you throw all these humans at the gorilla, um, it's like, okay, each one, you know, like if you think of them as fused, like, okay, maybe, yeah, these strong guys, they sound awesome. You put them against a gorilla, no, then, but if you can just throw so many at the gorilla, then, maybe they will overcome them. But the gorilla is still going to win. Like,
Yeah,
like the gorilla is still more powerful than one man. Um, but anyway,
yeah,
tangent there.
yeah. So I would just say if I just forget that he has a peg leg, it's really cool. I just think that that decision was stupid, and it also doesn't really matter because he gets like magic legs later. It's like I don't understand why he chopped off his leg anyway because he gets magic legs immediately. Um, it's like because like he's such a good duelist, so it makes sense that he would be able to do this if he had a leg. If he doesn't have a leg, he can't do it. It's like he's on par with Kaladin dueling wise and stuff. So it's cool, and he's not trying to kill him. I get that. It's just like oh, it's a bridge too far, of like a little dumb, but the moment itself was really cool.
Yeah.
I just was like, this is cool. I'm gonna forget that part. I'm gonna bring it up on the podcast because I'll be annoying, but I think it works. But it's just that one little part that I'm like, Sanderson, why? Just do a Luke Skywalker and have his arm chopped off.
Yeah. And I'll say, once he lost his leg, I was like, okay, well, he he handicapped him, so he's not going to kill him.
Yeah.
But yeah, why the leg? I don't know.
I mean, you're in combat sports. Like, you know how very important your leg is. Like, you can't do shit without a leg, with a peg leg. One day's experience, walk around with a peg. Like, it's really stupid. But
Yeah,
the actual scene is cool. I want to get that over because it's one of my favorite scenes because it's Aiden being a badass, and we're gonna get to the actual fight. I just have to bring it up because it's so ridiculous.
yeah.
But
All right, let's move on to chapter 131, The Worth of a Life. We got Shallan, Kaladin, and Renarin. Shallan confronts Mraize, feeling she tells Radiant, no, I don't need you, I can handle it. Mraize is like, hey, watch out, little knife, you're outmatched here. And Formless continues to get closer to Shallan, and Shallan's like, wait, I dealt with you. Realizes that it's Yaddle after she is like, hey, Mraize, where's Yaddle? He's like, ah, and then she stabs a dagger towards Formless's face. Uh, Kaladin, he tries to focus on Ishar while Seth is outnumbered. He tries to play the flute and tell stories that Wit had told him. But Ishar is like, oh, that's cute. I know that story. I wrote that story. Um, and he also suggests that Wit was likely the cause of them first contacting Odium. So if we ever find that information out, that'll be interesting.
I guess that would be in the if we're doing flashbacks of the Heralds, I guess that would be in the thing.
Yeah. Ash, that would have to be in an Ash flashback because she's
Yeah.
with Yezrian and Ishar.
I will say I did love Ishar being like, "What the fuck are you doing, Calvin? You're playing a flute at me? Like, go away." I mean,
Yeah.
it was really funny. It turns around later for random reasons, but he's like, "Yeah, I've heard all these. I made up these stories. Like, dude, shut up."
Yeah, especially like the one with Fleet. He's like,
Yeah,
hey, yeah, I made that one up. He uh he died in Marat. He didn't actually make it to Shinovar. But it sounded cooler if he did.
yeah. It's like just kind of reminding me of like a parent listening to like children's or children telling a story. Like, yeah. Oh, cool. All right, I'm watching the ball game.
Yeah.
I'm watching Seth get beat up. Yo, sweet. All right, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I watched that as a child. It was really funny.
Yeah, I remember that episode of SpongeBob.
Yeah,
Then we jump over to Renarin. He and Relaine are looking at Melish's dried corpse. And then they look at the gemstone, which has a crack, and basically Mishram is like talking through the crack. Uh, she's seething, um, and um, she's like, he betrayed his spren as well as me. Um, they noticed the glyphs on the wall. They said, "Bless this child." So we get this idea in theme that all radiants are kind of have trauma. Militia had some illness, or people thought uh, he was kind of mad or crazy as a child. Maybe he was in a orphanage or something. And then Renard and Elaine realize that they have to make a choice together. We jump back to Dalinar, who realizes that it's not actually Elhokar, but Gavinor. Uh, Odium said he swapped them when Navani left and kept the real Gavinar with him in the spiritual realm for 20 years, teaching him how to hate Dalinar. And Stormfather confirms that it is indeed Gavinor, and Dalinar decides uh, that he will not fight Gavinor. And Taravangian says that Dalinar will kill uh, Gavinar to save Alakar and protect the Cosmere. That the murder of an innocent is. I just wrote the murder of an innocent.
Murder of innocent.
There you go.
No, he has to. He'll save everything if he murders the child. Basically, he's like
Yeah.
trying to give him the trolley problem, basically.
Yeah, the trolley problem. There you go.
So Gavin was what, like 6 or something? Yeah, he's like
Yes.
26, something like that. So is he
He's the
old?
same age that Elhokar was when he died, I think.
So is he older than Kaladin? I can't remember how old Kaladin is.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Wild.
Yeah. So I don't know. I expected Gavinar to like the real Gavinar to actually grow up in 10 years and be like 16 or whatever, and then be a player in the next one. Now he can still be a player in the next one at 26 years old.
I think that sets up as him being one of the main characters.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if Kaladin's not going to be a sad boy anymore, we need Gavinor to be our resident sad boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's in the tower still, right?
Who?
Gavin.
Yeah. Because he's it's at the top of Earth.
Yeah, and he's not like, as far as we know, he's not under Odium's control any longer.
No. Uh, I, I I thought he was gonna get aged up only because they did the thing where like you could lose decades, and then that was the only reason for him to be in the spiritual realm. Like he needed a reason because like he didn't learn anything all that important. Like he just kind of saw the same stuff everybody else did. So that's why I was like, I didn't know if I had a feeling when it was coming to this it would be him, but I thought he was gonna get aged up. That's why when he popped out with Navani, I was like, oh okay, all right, that's not what I was expecting. And I was like, oh wait, it was a red herring or whatever.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'm curious about the. He says it's like not a real body or something. I'm really curious about that. If like there's gonna be weird like Gola shit from Dune in like this with like fake Gavinor doing weird stuff in book 6, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, Emperor Soul. Yeah, he gets like a soul of something. I like it. You down?
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
I'm also down with it being used on the Blackthorn.
Oh yeah, we can get baby or yeah, baby Blackthorn. We kind of dumb. That'd be kind of cool and kind of dumb at the same time. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
We trapped his soul into a body of a child.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
down.
really want to discuss it, but you haven't read it. You really should read it, Justin. It will take you like 1.5 to 2 hours to read that.
I might
And then
get
you and
into
I
it.
can discuss, we can talk about it, and I can tell you exactly what I think.
Okay.
Uh, don't be afraid. I'll let you borrow it. I'll bring it to you.
Yeah, if you bring it for D&D, I'll read it.
Yeah, I'll
Not
bring
that
it.
it's not it's like 100 pages or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll read it.
I can also just bring you the Arcanum Unbounded, which has it and the other short stories that I wanted you to read in it.
Yeah, either way.
So yeah, I'll bring one. I'll bring one of them to you so you can read them.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll read it right away because I need a little bit of a break from Sanderson, which I guess. But yeah, well, actually, I'll read it and we can do Emperor's Soul next week. How about that? Since we're missing a book.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll do that.
Mhm.
all right. I'll reread it as well and make notes.
Because we were wondering what we were gonna do. That'll be easy. And we can
Yeah,
talk
it's a
about them.
short.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll do it.
All right. Chapter
You bet.
132.
You back, Chris?
Yes.
No, he's
So,
not back.
This
It's a Silicrum.
oh no. Ha- Have you been aged up in the spiritual realm, Chris?
Can you make your face melt like wit?
Huh? Oh no. I my name is Dave. I'm actually Nora's son. That was trapped in the spirit realm.
You
You
look
look,
like Chris.
yeah, you look like.
I know. I look like my grandfather.
So your
Oh.
sister's like 30?
Huh?
Your sister's 35?
My sister? You mean my mother?
And yeah, you would have a sister, right? Ah, whatever. Family trees are weird. Wait, oh, granddaughter. Ooh,
Yeah,
grandson.
Chris is my grandfather.
Oh, I forgot that lore part. All right, well, have you read the Wind and
Your
Truth?
great
I
aunt is
have
35?
all I had was this one book that I read over and over again. I don't know what it's referencing outside of it.
You're man, you're trapped in the spiritual realm with only this book.
For like 30 years.
All right, well, I hope you liked it.
It was just day 10. Not
Uh,
even the whole book, just day 10.
Just stay dead.
What the hell is
What has happened? But then you wrote the entire rest of the previous.
Yeah, I got plenty of fan fiction for y'all.
All
But
right.
we basically just finished like the Gavinor reveal.
Okay.
We're getting to chapter 132 right now.
You know what's funny is I literally tried to guess where y'all were at, and I opened it up to 132. I tried to guess, and I was
Fear what is coming. We get some Adolin, Seth, Relaine, and Kaladin. Adolin, our boy, is he's getting used to using the knife and the candelabra. He's forcing Abadai to have to uh, try to fight, finding his place as a sword in this world of superpowers is what Adolin is doing. That was a very awkward way of saying that, by the way. Um, and then Abadai's like, "Why do you even try?" He's like, "Because I made a promise, not an oath, promise."
They're
He makes
distinctly similar because they have different letters and that make them up.
I get the difference that Adolin's saying.
I get it too.
I
It's
do
just kind
too,
of it's
but
just
it-
kind
I
of
like it.
It's
Yeah, I feel like it could have been expanded upon a little bit more.
yeah.
Um,
And we move on to Seth. He attempts to yield. He's like, I yield, I'll do whatever you say. And Ishar's like, no, you must suffer.
like we
It is-
suffer.
Seth is like Seth just needs to be humbled. Have you met him? He's so arrogant.
He is so arrogant.
He's so arrogant.
He realizes that the edge dancer honor bearer is not there, but his father and Ishar both count as a bondsmith honor bearer, but his dad is holding the edge dancer blade, I do believe. And he realizes because he killed the edge dancer with Nightblood. So he's starting to be like, oh, wait, I know what I need to do now. Are you confused, Chris?
Oh no, I didn't realize he was holding the edge dancer on the blade, but I guess that makes sense. They need someone to hold it.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Ishar has his blade.
Yeah. It makes
But
sense.
last we knew, Naturo was the bondsmith,
Yeah.
honor
And
bearer
he would
at
have,
some
to
point.
become an honor bearer, he would have had to train with all of them anyway. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we jump to Relane. He and Renarin are pondering what to do with Mishram's prison, whether to hide it deeper in spiritual realm, maybe hide it in Urithiru. So they ask Mishram why uh, why she led them to her. She starts off again with the to destroy you, and then gets quiet. Um, then we jump to Kaladin. So some of this is so short and just like
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, back at Kaladin, he notices that the honor bearers fight harder when Ishar is enraged, and weaker when he is placid. Not flaccid, but placid. Maybe flaccid, but
it sounded like one of Omen's novels there.
it's like a Moses type thing. When he's erect, they get enraged and fight harder. When he's
Oh, yeah.
flaccid, they start to fight
So,
weaker.
Placid. Correct.
um,
Correct.
so Kaladin starts to try talking
Goodbye.
to him again,
You soft.
trying his therapy. Um, Nail also tries to convince Ishar that he needs help. Kaladin tries to convince Ishar that if he is a god, he tries this ploy where he's like, "Hey, if you're a god, then you would let the Spren and Shinovar go and see if they still worship him. Like, hey, don't chain them into, don't force them into worshiping you. Give them free will and see if they do still stick around, and see if that that should tell you whether or not you're good or not." It doesn't work. So then Calvin's like, oh, let me try to appeal to his humanity instead of his godliness. And says that Ishar is just a 7,000-year-old man, and the fact that the Spren are driven away should be proof that what he does is wrong.
Yeah.
And then Ishar turns his attention back to Seth. So,
Yeah.
any further details on that, Chris?
I just had a funny thought.
You gonna
Do you
share it,
think
or are you just gonna laugh?
do you think Ishar like if Ishar was a he could be powered by the Warlight, right? Because
Yeah.
he's a herald, so he's part honor,
He's
but he
got
also has the power of Odium in him. So he could be powered by both, right?
he's basically already a herald of Odium or whatever.
Yeah,
Or
like
retribution.
well, he's a
I
herald of
don't think he
war.
necessarily needs any
I
of
don't think he
those.
needs the light of war. I'm saying like he has both of them. Like he could use either one of them, or he could use the light of Odium, or Void Light, or Stormlight, right? Because he does have part of Odium in him.
He also has other powers that aren't
I know he has
connected.
other powers, but I'm saying he can use Stormlight and Void Light, right?
I would
Hypothetically.
assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
If
cool
he,
that he could use. They don't touch on it at all, but that could be kind of cool. Like if he would have been like, "Oh, look at this," and he has
I
like
mean,
a vial that's a rhythm of war, and he's just like,
maybe that's how they bring back the orders, like through bonded through the oath pact with him. He's able to like
well, they
share.
expunge the Odium out of him.
How they did. I forgot that.
Yeah, they expunge the Odium out of him a bit.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
That would have been cool.
it was a cool thing.
Um, but yeah,
Yep.
I like all these random these conversations while Seth is just getting his ass kicked. It's kind of funny.
Hey
I mean,
man,
it's
you
not as
ever?
funny as when he originally took when he was with Nail, and he took the flute out to play the flute for Nail, and Nail just punches him and then breaks
Voice.
the flute.
Yeah.
It's like,
It's like, stop this nonsense. And then he tries it again with Ishar. He's like, "Let me play my flute for you."
it's like,
Um,
see, I am fully convinced that Kaladin between book 4 and 5 went to somewhere where he could respect his character and respect as a straight up bard. Like just like no,
He,
all
he
music,
went
all
to,
performance.
yeah,
Let's go.
he went to Wit and was like, "Hey, Wit, I got all these points in like dexterity and strength, and like
Can I like
I just need to
read?
get him like charisma. I mean, not the actual charisma of being like charismatic, just like flute playing." He's like, "All right,
I
sure.
sort of
I did
respect.
tell you in book one you should have been putting your points in flute. Like I've been hitting at it. Well, not really. I told you to put
I
flute
told you.
points on flute. I'll
Yeah.
respect you.
Wait, this is the video game. Can you go to Wit to get respect? Probably. Probably.
That's what you would do, right?
Yeah.
He's the Deckard Cain of
I
the.
don't
Well, we
want
had the Dawn Shard, so yeah.
Oh man, there should be a Stormlight Diablo game. That'd be cool.
That would
Did
be
that.
cool. I would play the shit out.
Yeah, that'd be cool. They should do
to
that.
constant
Brand,
like that one. It's the 1 year between book 3 and 4
yeah,
because there's a one year.
or it's
So
like
it's
a
just 4.
or it's like a desolation.
All right. Well, I was saying like
But
between
then you
book
get to
three
like
and
meet,
four was
but
the
then you get to meet like the
lights.
oh yeah, yeah. It's another thing. Like I don't know, but yeah, yeah, it would be cool. I like that. I think a Stormlight game would be cool. It'd be a little weird because there's no villains, but if you make villains,
You could make one there, like just come up with a villain. I
yeah,
mean, that's what they do in the books.
Yeah.
4 and 5.
yeah.
All right. Chapter 133, Puppets. We get some Adolin and we get some Seth. Adolin is fighting Abadai. He's fighting back real hard. He is erect in his non-shard plate at the moment. He's hitting the same piece of armor multiple times, and Abadai is convinced that he's a Radiant. He's like, "You must be a Radiant. Nobody normal fights this well." Uh, then Adolin stabs him through the eye slit, but Abadai grabs him, breaks his sword, heals himself, and Adolin. This causes Adolin to realize he can become the man his mother always believed his father could be. And Adolin calls out that he will lead, speaking to his armor, begging, "Please, please." And Abadai's like, "Oh, you're begging? It's too late to beg." He throws him against the wall, but in flight, the armor leaves Abadai and surrounds Adolin before he hits the wall. We jump to Seth, who
Um,
basically uh, his father is begging Seth to help him, and Seth realizes all of Shinovar are puppets to Ishar. And Seth just completely skips the fourth ideal and goes straight to the fifth ideal, Judge Dredd style. I am my own agent. I make my own choices. I am the law. And it
Yes,
explodes in light.
he becomes
immediately like gets the visor on. You're like,
Sylvester Stallone. I am the law. Yeah, I'll just reiterate for Chris. The alien fight is cool. This moment is really cool. If he didn't lose a leg, but I already said my piece on it earlier. You just missed it. Yeah,
yeah, like
I really
it's
like it.
insane that he lost a leg and
Yes,
is fighting this good against with no real weapons against someone in because honestly what it sounds like leading up to it with all the basically in book 2 and in this book when they talk about wearing shard plate about how the first time you put it on you are just recklessly powerful.
yeah,
It's not about so like that idea makes it so it's like you have to be insane to go up against someone like that.
yeah.
But
But the moment
I do
itself
want
is really cool.
put out that when he like started begging, when Adolin started begging and his armor replied, he was just begging to the universe. Like he was like praying to something. And he just heard a sir in his brain. He's like, what the? Wait, what? And like it literally was like he wasn't speaking to Abadai or even Maya. He supposed it was a prayer, just help me. He was just screaming out to the universe, help me.
I think he was talking to his plate.
It literally says he supposed a prayer, help me.
I mean,
Like,
it sends it out into the cognitive realm, which they're in.
I mean,
So
like, don't get me wrong,
yeah,
the armor hurt him, but I think
yeah,
he was just, I don't think he planned on his armor helping him. I just think
no,
he
no,
had
yeah,
was hoping.
that was definitely a surprise. It's more like
Yeah. And
yeah,
his armor responded, he's like, wait, what? Oh
he
God.
basically he said
Mhm.
his ideal or his promise of being a leader, saving people.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's cool. It's
His armor
great.
was like, those words are accepted. Wait, what?
Yeah, and and stuff was fine. Like I was leading up to it. Yeah, y'all know my thoughts on Seth, so I wasn't hype on it. So
I love
were y'all hype on the I Am the Law?
I like the fact that he skipped over an ideal.
Yeah,
I kind of like that. It was just kind of
I
like it
didn't know
makes sense for his character.
that was possible, so it's good to know.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
no one, I don't think anyone knew that was possible, but it was just like, man, I
Do
can.
we know what the fifth ideal gives people? I mean, it doesn't matter anymore because there's no Stormlight, but do we know what the fifth ideal actually gives you? Because fourth ideal is armor, third ideal is sword. Does the fifth ideal do any special powers? Do
Dos
we
Ex
know?
Machina? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I, I think I was reading something, but it feels like the fifth ideal is almost like the bond becomes like unbreakable by outside means other than like death or renouncing your oath as we've seen from Dalinar.
Yeah, but I thought all the
Is it,
bonds were kind of like
yeah,
that.
can you break the bonds from outside means normally?
Yeah, yeah.
How?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm pretty sure like so the bond is a connection. So I know
Yeah.
Nightblood can sever any connection.
A Nightblood can't sever a fifth ideal bond? Because I like is that the only thing that the fifth ideal gives you? Because I mean like that never comes up.
So like
Yes.
or things like so well, for instance, there were other things that can sever the bond whenever they corrupted the tower. Anybody of the third ideal or anybody of the second ideal and lower was completely had
Immediately
no
went to
power.
sleep. Yeah.
Kaladin was so close to the fourth ideal that his powers still kind of worked.
Yeah.
He didn't go unconscious.
Do you think a fifth ideal person could like use their power in the Moash null zone sphere thing he has?
I would think so.
I mean, that would be a good use of the power. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I was because he's the only Kaladin gets it right.
Kaladin
Yeah,
gets it.
yeah.
They're the only two. All right, Nin has a fifth ideal.
Yeah. So I guess
Yasmin never gets it, does she?
we don't know. We know
Last
she
we
has
knew,
at
she
least.
was the fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last we knew, Dami was the fourth. This Stormwall guy.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And Shalon's the fourth too.
I think
Yeah.
Shallan's a fifth ideal.
She probably is, honestly.
Probably.
I mean, she
Yeah.
is the daughter of a herald.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think she reached the fifth ideal in the spiritual realm before she got kicked out. I don't have any confirmation of that.
But usually there's like a big boom.
Yeah.
Right.
She was already in pure investiture.
True. True.
And
Yeah. I
she
mean,
wasn't she no, she was in the cognitive realm when she hit the fourth ideal, but she didn't know it until she went back to the physical realm.
I guess that's true.
So I mean, there's probably something. I mean, if the spiritual realm is pure investiture, I think it would have a
I mean,
similar
are there even
reaction.
ideals anymore that honor that Stormfather's dead? I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think so.
Although
Because I mean,
the heralds are still around. And they're holding on to that, aren't they?
The what?
Yeah.
The fact that the heralds are still there keep
Yeah,
the 10 forms of sentient sprins protected, and the sentient sprins are what make the 10 orders.
Yeah, but the Stormfather was the one that would like take the oaths, right?
Well, now Syl took the oath,
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
but Syl's gone too now.
No, she's not.
I thought she went with Kaladin to the spiritual realm.
No, she's just like chilling or something.
Oh, I thought she went with him. Never mind, I totally missed that.
yeah. I'm not. I
I
am
thought it was the
under the
same way
impression
that
that she disappeared.
1, 2, 3 always went with Nin to Braze. She went with Kaladin. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure she
Maybe,
went.
maybe.
Because
Oh,
they're
I
like,
guess.
who's that girl with the blue? You know, it's like, I don't recognize her either. And it's like,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
yeah, it's his sprint. That's Syl.
It's been a couple of weeks.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Syl's in the spiritual realm. But to be fair, I mean, she's in the spiritual realm. Can she still, if she's the new Stormfather, can she answer? I don't know.
Always. I mean, there's no like high storm or anything.
But didn't
Yeah.
the wind also accept words at some point too?
I don't know. The wind's such a nebulous concept.
Yeah, the wind is kind of just comes and goes.
I mean, I
It's
guess
kinda
It's,
blows
it's
over.
another spren. It's a spren that existed before. Like,
isn't it like a echo of Ad nauseam or
Yeah.
some shit? Like it's not
That's what I
actually a
thought it was. I
sprint.
thought it was an echo, like a remnant of his power.
it's a spren of his power. Yes,
Sure. I guess everything's a sprint.
not everything. But all right. Chapter 134. The third way, not a three-way, but the third way.
Hmm.
We've got some Shallan, Yanagon, and Kaladin. So Shallan stabs Yaddle in the eye. When she goes to heal, she dies. Mraize is like, I'm free. And then Shallan explains how she knew that Formless was a Yaddle. Mraize fails his stealth check in stealing Yaddle's dagger. Her ink spren leaves her body and is wounded. So that's interesting that she was an Elsecaller. Shallan tries to convince Mraize that there has to be another way. She begins to light weave possible versions of him being an agent of the light weavers to other worlds. He admits he's met aethers and dragons, but never has been to another world. He tells her he's going to bring her to Thydakar and see if he will absolve her and her join, and then Mraize become the leader of the Rasharan Ghostbloods. Then Vale tells Shallan it's a lie, and Shallan agrees, and Radiant offers to take over, but Shallan declines, but she needs Pattern's help first. Go to Gox. He's reviewing the ways an inferior force can win while pondering why the Singer forces aren't attacking. So they're just like sitting back, like hound dogs ready to go, and like, we gotta go. Hold. Abadai flies out of the door of the throne room, followed by Adolin, who steps and crunches his gem heart with his boot.
Bye bye. That was such a bad villain, Abadai.
Yeah.
I was hoping, like I knew, like it was obvious Abadai and Adolin were gonna go against each other. Like he's a duelist. He's the best duelist. First, that was Abadai. Abadai was talking about how much of a duelist. That could have been interesting if they would have had the fight where it was just like, all right, you're on one leg, let's go. Like he just has a sword. He's not. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, it's the problem I have is one thing the book says is like, oh, these are warriors with thousands of years of experience. They have their own like semi surges and stuff. Like they're freaking badasses, and every single one sucks. Like the pursuer sucks. He sucks. Rabonio's cool, but she's not a fighter. Like Leshwi is like okay, but she gets her ass kicked by Kaladin every time, which I guess you can say Kaladin's the best. So like that's the problem, and it's like I don't want to harp on it, but
Yeah.
it is a little disappointing. I think Abadai could have been a really cool foil for Adolin, but he was just kind of like a cartoonish. I'm gonna bathe in your blood, which it shows that they're going insane. So maybe they're like degraded, and that's why they suck. But that's also not super interesting. But yeah, it was a cool moment because Adolin gets this badass moment.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Love me some Dylan.
it would have been cool to see like a duelist to like win the throne of Azamir and like have a really cool like sword fight or something.
Yeah.
But we didn't get that. We got a cool hero moment instead, which works for me.
Yeah. So yeah, Adolin then presents the Blade of Memories to Gox and says, "The blade has returned to the throne. Here you go, Your Majesty." We jump over to Kaladin. He asks Seth if Seth skipped an oath, and Syl's like, yeah, I don't know what humans are capable of. Like, y'all have problems floating." Which is funny.
Yeah.
Most of them don't.
Ishar shields his eyes with a shield made of stormlight. He doesn't seem to be fazed by the power of Seth's oaths. He apparently developed a countermeasure to that weakness, as he should have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we could talk about the Shallan stuff now or wait till she murks to
Let's
recover.
wait.
Okay.
So we do it
might as
all in
well
one.
wait for yeah.
The
It is
finish.
still interesting that Mraize is an Elf scholar.
Yeah. Or yeah. I'll say this one
What's her name? Was it else called him Raises?
No, Yaddle. Yeah, Yaddle
Yeah.
is an Elf scholar. Sorry.
I'll say one thing with Yaddle before we
Oh,
get to the
it doesn't
entire
matter.
thing. I I don't think in retrospect her being formless the entire time makes the feeling of like, oh, Shallan didn't progress good. It does explain why formless is showing up, even though we solved it last book. I still think it could have been a different way. So where the rest of the book, you're not like, why the fuck is Shallan doing the same thing over and over again? Even though now it makes sense that it was always Yaddle.
Yeah.
I still feel like that reveal wasn't
Wouldn't
cool enough for that thing.
I agree.
what they could have done is they could have how messed up would it have been if turns out that Iato killed Testament like just when no one was looking, she just walked up void lighted or anti-storm lighted
That would have been pretty
freaking
cool.
Testament and was walking around as Testament. It's like, nah, that one's gone for real, yo.
That would have been cool. I thought maybe a Spring was gonna die, or a main Spring, but it didn't happen. But yeah, so like in rereading it now, I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, she actually did. It's weird, they kind of set it up somewhat, but since her plotline has been repeating throughout like 3 books, it was just like, oh, it's happening again instead of like. So like, I'm glad it wasn't her backsliding, but I think the reveal wasn't cool enough for that feeling throughout the book for me.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
All right. Chapter 135, The Choice of Honor. We get a lot of people. Adolin, Renarin, Seth, Yanagon, and Kaladin. So Adolin, Maya shows Adolin Shadesmar, where she's led dozens of Deadeye Spren, plates and blade. Plate and blades. Adolin realizes he didn't specify Honor Spren who left when he asked her to go get help. She's like, "Oh, you thought I meant the Honor Sprint? No, I was talking about all the dead eyes like that left and floated away." And so Adolin decides to call his group the Unoathed and summons 9 blades and plates for his group to use.
And he just came up with it. He wasn't even like, I need a name for these people. He's just like, oh no, it's armor up. It's like, yeah, just go, man.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Totally called this shit. It's very cool.
Oh, he did. You did.
You did.
I wonder if there were any readers out there. If anyone's listening this far and really listening, you're keeping up with it. I mean, like everybody knew she was getting dead eyes, not honor sprint.
Yeah.
Like it was pretty obvious the fact that she's like, "Oh, I'm going. Oh, I'm leading them back. Oh, I'm taking." It's like, no, because
But also,
what's that made it back immediately. Like he had no
what
trouble.
what would
Mhm.
the honor sprint do?
Yeah.
Like, oh, we gotta. Oh, are you honorable enough to like swear an oath to get like some stormlight that y'all don't have?
You don't have any stormlight. What you gonna do?
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of funny that he was like, "Oh, honor sprint."
Yeah.
But yeah, very cool moment. Culmination of basically 3 books from Oathbringer. Cool shit. Yeah.
We jump to Renarin. Relaine decides.
Yeah, it was Oathbringer. Yeah, okay. When he
Yeah,
first met Maya.
yeah. Maya.
Maya.
May.
Yeah, not May, Maya.
He met
No.
May way before book 1.
Yeah.
I kept
dated
reading
her.
it as Maya because it was Maya.
I mean, Mayaldar also gets something because she's an
Yeah,
oath.
she's
She's-
on Oath now.
Yeah,
She's
she's
good.
an unearthed.
Yeah, she's a badass.
Everyone but the one Radiant. The one Radiant's like, the fuck? I didn't get shit.
Who? Rael, the
Yeah.
Truth Watcher.
Yeah.
Yeah. No freebies for you, Rael.
Oh, I guess
That's why he only needed
you're
9. Because there's 11 of them, and he has his, and then he got 9 more.
your theory got. Oh, I guess we don't know because if your theory of that lady being a herald is
Oh,
the
the healer that's with them?
the hero lady.
I'm pretty sure it's.
I don't think she is.
Yeah. I was just thinking if she
Because so I was thinking about this also because she was trying to heal Talonat. So she was like, he won't let me heal him earlier in the book. And so I was like, oh, they would know if they would know each
Yeah,
other.
that makes sense.
So
I was just trying to think if she suddenly disappeared, but I guess we didn't go back to her.
so Renarin, Relaine decides to free Mishram, but wants Renarin to help him with it, to show her that they were working together. He's like, she needs to know that humans and singers, listeners, whatever they are, we don't
Like-
actually have a real
They're like all of that. basically.
singular race name for
I
them.
guess they're what the listeners, because the singers are
The native
things.
Rasharans.
Yeah. They're Native American Rasharans.
Because the singers are
Well, native Rasharans. They're not Native American, but they're Native
are not
Rasharans.
going to be the Shattered Plains people, and then
Yeah.
the listeners would be everybody else. I'm guessing. Yeah, if we want to be correct.
No, the rest are singers. They're listeners in the Shattered Plane.
Is that right?
Yeah, the people in the Shattered Plane are listeners, and everyone else are singers.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But they're all just Native Americans.
Or Shindy.
Or Shindy.
We jump to Seth. He's like, you know what, 12124, you are not the sprint for me. I release you from your bond, and I am going to seek out the dissenters to see if they have a sprint that I can bond, because they have different oaths for the Skybreakers.
I don't want to be the law anymore.
Yeah.
I thought that was so messed up that it happened right then. Like this dude's getting his ass kicked. Then all of a sudden just goes, oh, super God mode, and then just turns around and goes, hey, you know what? I don't need you. Like, this is like, you could have done that after you resolved the current situation, then turned around and dealt with, that. Like, because I mean, like, I get why, like, if you wanted 12124 to go off with Sigil. I mean, like he could have been like after, like in the aftermath, after he discovered that Kaladin was dead, and it was like, oh God, he died. He turns to 12124 and is like, I do not believe I need your assistance anymore. He could have done it then. That would have seemed like a good conclusion to stepping away and him doing his thing. It's weird that he chose now.
Well, really think it's with Seth, where he's like, you know what? I'm in a mood of making my own choices.
Yeah, but like
I've
it's
been thinking about this. Um, so
And I think it works because it's like
eh.
you know, he's doing the God mode, and he's like, all right, screw you, stupid Spren. You go into another book.
Yeah, like the sprint straight up like at that point was better than he's been lately. So it's kind of weird that like don't get me wrong, I understand why I got rid of him, but it's weird that that was his first thing. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I'm like,
I think he
to me,
also did it to get rid of his power, so like maybe Ishar wouldn't like to show that he's like not gonna be a herald kind of thing. It's like, yeah, I had
I
the
think we're still
I have the power, but I'm gonna get rid of this because I don't really want the power kind of thing.
yeah.
I don't know.
but then he said he'd seek out the others. So it's like he still wants the power. He
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
doesn't. I don't know. It just to me it was one of those things where I'm like,
All right. What do you think?
okay, like I see why he did it, but
All right. What do you think the fifth ideal of the other Skybreakers is? I am the law. I
there is no law.
There is they're anarchists. All right.
They're
I
outlaws.
like it. I like to think that they're anarchist.
All right.
They're well, they could be anarchists, but like chaotic good anarchist.
Okay.
Like you do what is right.
They're like
You don't
They're libertarians.
no mm,
Well, okay. We won't
mm.
get into that.
There's no.
All right, back on track here.
Yeah.
Back on
All right,
track.
so then Nails Spren appears, insults Seth's former Spren, naming him an auxiliary to Seth's will. That's a little foreshadowing. Then Seth Spren disappears into Shadesmar. Seth asks Nightblood, um, asks what Nightblood does to people when he eats them. Uh, he's Nightblood gives him a funny response. Then Seth decides he has use of Nightblood. And Ishar calls Seth a fool. He connects to Seth and shows him the darkness, and Seth screams. Um, we move on to Yonaghan. He was the first to grab his plate and blade. Adolin gives the Blade of Memories to Nora, tells her to sit on the throne, and her and Jaskim and Rahel are to make sure nobody sneaks in. Then we've got our unoathed. We got Gox, May, Kolat, Kushkam, Gezamel, Hamask, Zabra, Sarkin, and Notum. So Notum is a shard bearer now.
Yeah.
It's fun. So Adolin included Notum in the 9. And we jump back to Kaladin. He steps in to pull Ishar from Seth. Ishar connects him to the darkness. And so Kaladin descends into darkness and depression. So on day 10, Kaladin does become a sad boy, but not of his own choosing. He's forced into it. So that's the first time Kaladin's sad in this book. Ishar then touches Syl and Nail, then affects the rest of the honor bearers. He just like shoves everybody into the darkness here. Which I thought that scene worked really well for me. Like, holy shit, okay, this is like he's just like shoom, boom. Like
Yeah.
just the imagery of connecting things, like the bondsmith of connecting, like I'm gonna touch you and drag this over here and doom. Um, it's just well, I can just imagine in space where you're like, hey, these objects are floating. Doom, doom. Now y'all are just like floating and affecting each other and moving. It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some darkness. We get our first Chris, we get our first Thousand Sun member. Some animated armor.
Yeah.
Which is cool. I think Ishar didn't know about that, or else he'd be like, we don't need physical sperm. We just need shark plate. We can have
You would
all
have
the
known, bro.
all the physical sperm we need.
One thing I want to point out is so like I've been rereading. I'm in the second book already. Where's the Radiance? And like whenever they get there, there was a chapter like Adolin was getting into his power armor, and it's a process to get into him. And like it says like he snatched it, and it literally sounds like they're putting it on. Like it would have been cool if it was just like Aelin said like suit up, and then like that's how it ended, kind of the way it ended with like Seth going like I am the law, and then like when it picked back up there, it literally started again with Seth going I am the law. So like it just started this section with Aelin going suit up, and the sprin just fly around and just like automatically just like shink, 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 rather than putting it on.
I
That's the
don't
only
think I don't
small.
I don't think
That's such a small little detail.
they actually put it on. I think
Yeah, they had to have just like reached out and it
yeah
just
yeah.
flew on
That's
them. They had
yeah
to.
maybe a bad word choice, but that's how I assume.
Yeah, like, and that is such a small detail because like
Yeah
the Adolin stuff, it's just it gets a pass. It's so good.
yeah, it's good. Just
It's good. It gets a pass.
this is one of the reasons I would read the sixth book, is because of
Yeah.
the Unvowed and all the cool like the Knights of Azimir or whatever is going to be really cool. Um,
I hope,
yeah,
I
I
hope they
mean
don't. What do you do if they like died off and they're no longer a thing?
they're like the Knights of Ren from Star Wars.
They're not just yeah, they're just the
They
Knights of
just
Ren.
don't. They just don't show up. That would be sad.
And at the very end, like in the book 10, like Adolin kills them all. It's just kind of like okay, like,
I mean, Zabra has to be a thing, just like Mayaldar. Mayaldar is in this, so they're gonna be a thing because they have names. They've shown up a bunch, so they're gonna come back. I mean, it could be a fucking Shallan's stupid court that never did anything. So hopefully it's not that. 'Cause that's a disappointment.
our unseen court.
Yeah. Also, where the fuck is the airship?
Oh, it does.
It was such a big deal in book 4, and it didn't show up at all.
It's now crashed.
They
Yeah,
referenced it at one point, but
yeah. Like
I
all
don't
that.
remember what they said about it, but they referenced it at one point.
Well, the
Yeah,
last thing we heard about it was Risen talking with the Thalen Merchant Guild or whatever it was.
yeah. I guess all that technology is kind of broken now. It's yeah. Or I was trying to think of another thing that never came up, but I forget it. But yeah, it was cool. I like the darkness of Ishar.
All right, chapter 136, 10 people with shard blades alight. We've got Dalinar and Adolin. So Gavinar attacks Dalinar with Oathbringer. Dalinar evades. Odium offers an unnamed shard blade for Dalinar to use to protect himself. Dalinar eventually takes it up. When he does, he hears it whimper. Dalinar says he will not kill Gavinar. Odium freezes Gavinar, says he can choose to kill him or forfeit. And at that point, like Gavinar's like, if you were Gavinar, you're like, oh yeah, 20 years you taught me to hate him and you're gonna support me, and then all of a sudden you're like, and you freeze him, and I can hear everything. He's like, all right, Dalinar, go ahead, you can kill him. Like, what the fuck, dude?
I have a question though. Wouldn't it be more effective for him to still be a child and be like, "This is my champion. You have to fucking murder him"?
Yes,
If you're gonna freeze him anyway and be like, "Hey, you have to do this evil," you have to basically
Yeah.
murder your thing. Wouldn't it be more messed up to be like, "Hey, I have this child.
but
Maybe he couldn't consent to the duel or whatever. I don't know the rules. I was just thinking like, yeah, it'd be way more messed up to have him kill a child than
I
like
don't
this.
think Dalinar would kill a child.
Also,
I think
I mean,
we've seen that.
he's killed lots of children.
That's old
directly.
Dalinar. That's
Not directly.
Sure.
Remember, Tanalan, the whole reason the
Kinda
rift happened is because he let that kid live
Yeah, and then he murdered the shit out of him.
as an adult.
Yeah.
It was
And-
years later
and
when
then
that kid
murdered
was grown up.
lots
I
of
will
children.
say
He's killed so many children.
I actually kind of agree with Brandon on this one just because he wanted Dalinar to have to choose because no matter what choice you make, you lose. But if he would have presented a kid, he knows Dalinar would not have made that choice. So he would have forced Dalinar to try to do something else
Sure. But
And
to
that's
say,
something
rather
that
than
Terra-
change
Dalinar,
the diametric.
but
It's
to
also
say
something
Dalinar has not killed
Taravangian-
kids, he's killed so many kids.
Oh no, he has. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
killed
I
so
would
many.
no, up. The Blackthorn has killed children.
Which is, I know he's changed. I'm just saying. He's
And
still
also,
the same,
he
he's
had
still the
the
same person.
he had the thrill.
Yeah.
But and that detail about Tanalan and the rift and everything, that is a detail that Taravangian knew about Dalinar.
Also, I want to point out something, the fact that Gavinor is like, you're so
But-
much, I think it's here where Gavinor's like, you're so much better than the ones I faced against you. Not only did Taravangian like train him, but not well, he trained him against like bad copies of Dalinar to make him think that he was better than he was.
Yeah, it's
You know what I mean? Because it's like,
it's
oh,
pretty
we're gonna
messed
put
up.
you on easy mode, and we're just gonna let you play this game on easy mode for like an hour, and then we're gonna put you online against the top people.
Do you think
And it's like, oh my God, they're so much stronger than I thought. It's like,
do
yeah.
you think spiritual realm Zyle would be like wit and be like self-aware?
Oh yeah.
Alright, so he couldn't use Zyle as the sword master.
Yeah, I think the
Uh,
more investiture a person has, the more they will be.
Or it would be kind of cool if spiritual realm Zyle was like, sure, I'll train you, kid. You're
Well,
kind of
then
like
he'd be good.
yeah, true.
Like he'd be Adolin,
Yeah, that's true.
taking on someone with a candle.
But I mean, if he wanted him not to kill him, right, to break the contract, then the child would work better.
But no, because Dalinar would just say no and try to find a different way.
But the no would be not completing the duel.
One thing that they did not specify was the length of a contest.
I guess, yeah.
I just want to put that out there. Like, what happens right now if Dalinar's just like after he freezes Gavinar, he's like, well, unfreeze him. I'm gonna incapacitate him, and then we're just gonna negotiate between me and him for a while. Maybe, I don't know, the rest of my life, and have 20 years where you're just stuck waiting for this to be over. I mean, in the eyes of a god, 20 years is nothing, but at the same time, that's definitely a loophole they could have done.
It is really funny that he was trained really poorly.
Yeah.
Like he spent like
They trained him that.
Terravain is just like literally a troll. He's like, all right, I'm gonna troll this kid for 20 years. I'm gonna like brainwash him to think this uncle's evil, which he is.
Not only that, he
And then
carefully made sure that every promise he made to Gavinar, he didn't break. Like, yeah, I'll let you face him. Yeah, if you beat him, you will get this. Yeah, I'll train you to fight him.
is
Like,
he is
technically did all of that.
Is Taravangian like the ultimate internet troll?
He might be.
I enjoyed it. It was fun.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of internet troll, sorry. It was hilarious. A few weeks ago, Josh promoted somebody to blue belt, and this person he promoted, he's been training with us for months, but was training at a different gym for months before that. But mostly does no gi, so he rarely ever puts on a gi or wears a belt. And so it's like one of the days he was in class, and it was a gi class. He has his belt on. Josh, surprise, promoted him to blue belt. He posted a video online, and there's like weeks later, a whole slew of people coming and commenting, "Oh man, that belt looks fresh. No stripes on that belt. This guy didn't put the time in," et cetera. And I know they're trolls, but I commented against one of them. I was like, "Hey, I've never seen you in here," and like, "Oh, you obviously like support this and you've got no skill." I was like, "I bet you won't come in here and see." And they're like, "Oh, big boy's got to throw out threats." I was like, "No, you just told me I didn't have any skill." I said, "Why don't you just come see if I have skill?" Not threatening you. I was like,
Yeah.
but I ended it with that So I was just like, I know they're a troll. I know that, but I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say my piece. Like, hey, if you say I don't have any skill, come to the gym, sports setting, see what I have. I don't care. If you have more skill than me, cool. Then we know. It's
Hmm.
it. Done. But yeah, no, Taravangian is the ultimate internet
He's a
troll.
troll. He's like, all right, Dalinar, you kind of. I'm annoyed at you for being so good. I'm just gonna troll the shit out of you. Pretty awesome. It's a little anticlimactic, but it's pretty funny.
I just wanted to fuck with the White Knight online.
Yeah,
I used to troll.
I like it.
We'll just finish the Dalinar stuff and then go
Yeah.
back to Adolin real quick. So Taravangian reminds Dalinar of the conversations they had about leaders making hard decisions. Gavinar does realize, we kind of already talked about it, that Taravangian betrayed him into hating Dalinar. Um, and of course, Dalinar realizes Taravangian will win either way he chooses here. We already kind of talked about that stuff.
Yeah.
So, Adolin, the unoathed, lay waste to the fused and the singers pretty damn easily. Notum is pretty cool shard bearer. I like the idea of an honor spren being a shard bearer.
Do you think Syl is gonna get shard plate? I guess not, because she'd be out. Yeah, Kaladin's honor. Well,
That's just
No,
Paladin's weapon.
yeah,
yeah, she is Kaladin's honor blade.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Um,
Honor flute.
she could, but she could also embody his power armor, and he could get a regular spear, and they could like tag team together, which would be pretty cool. Okay. Just saying,
um,
having two people is better than one person.
yeah.
That'd be cool.
We got the fuse during the fight. They look up at the sky, groan, and then stop fighting. Um, they know through Odium that Dalinar's contest has begun, and they can no longer fight. And Azir appears to be free of Odium. It appears to
Yay!
be owned by Azir, the Asish Empire. And Gox offers to care for the fused wounded after taking care of his own and lets them withdraw into Shadesmar.
Dude, he's such a boss.
He's like,
Yeah.
look, I'm going to take care of my wounded first, but after that, any wounded y'all have, I'll help take care of, and then y'all just fuck off into Shadesmar.
And they're like, all right. And then they start and they're like, all right, you got
I mean,
us.
they can't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess Odium would murk them if they broke the pact.
I mean, they killed the leader there. They won. And at this point, they're just prisoners of war.
Yeah. There's really no use draining resources in that.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I mean, like he's such a boss.
Yeah. Next chapter?
Yeah.
137, The Suckling Child.
God
Murray
kills Mace. Mace. All right, next.
Murray's Vinley and Dalinar. Yeah, Murray's is like, oh yeah, I'm the fucking ghost blood leader on Roshar now. And Shallan's like, you know what? I'm gonna make you believe that I just swapped our daggers, make you drop it. I'm gonna take yours and then stab you. Really cool scene, but I don't like I don't
Yeah.
like her murking both of the ghost blood in
Back to
this
back
way
so quickly.
without like,
Yes.
And it was just kind of like, okay, you got rid
And
of
then the epilogue, it's like, why the fuck were the Ghost Bloods even in this entire series? They didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like,
we didn't learn
like,
out. We didn't learn why.
they wanted Bada Meshram.
I mean, the only thing we did learn is that Thyakar is trying to find a way to get off of the planet, and he can't
Yeah.
because he
But
is
then-
essentially a herald of Scadrial
Yeah. And
He's-
like,
tied
Yeah.
to it.
reservation.
yeah. That's like I would have been fine with, I also don't know why she's been like why I can't kill Mraize this entire like Mraize hasn't done anything like she's not her mentor. I don't get it why she was freaking out about that.
Yeah.
He's like basically been a threat to her the entire book, like the entire series. So it was really weird when she was like, I've killed all my mentors, including Mraize. Like he's not a mentor to you. But yeah, it's just especially since like we get the thing with Kelsier later, and he's like, "Oh yeah, they like were doing some weird shit they shouldn't have been doing." Anyway, you're time locked for 80 years, so I don't know why we're in the story to begin with. Like
Yeah,
an entire pointless story. I don't understand why it exists. For
I'm
five
sure
books.
that other parts of the Cosmere explain more about Ghost Bloods, but this book it literally is like, hey, there's this group of people that kind of want Stormlight because their kind of leader wants to get off a planet, but they need to get Stormlight off, so they're gonna have this secret cabal where they have hidden people over, and they're really fucking cutthroat, and anyone deep in the underground actually has heard of them, and they just like kill people, but also have insane knowledge of the Cosmere, and it's like, okay, this is a weird way about going to get Stormlight, you know? Like just a
Yeah,
really, really weird way.
I wish
Like, what
I
the?
I
It
really
made
just
no sense. Like, if you look back at the Ghost Blood, so the whole, at just Stormlight Archives, they make no sense.
I mean, it makes sense that this like powerful organization would have agents on all these worlds,
That makes sense.
controlling the political powers of all the different worlds,
But that
right?
the thing is that they weren't trying to control the political powers. They weren't trying to control the
But they
planet.
kind of were.
They just wanted Stormlight. And he even said, he's like, nah, y'all don't have
I
Stormlight.
think
We don't even
that's
want your planet.
yeah,
Like, all they
yeah,
want to do is get Stormlight off the planet. It seems smarter to me that they would have been infiltrating the out of every fabrial thing in the world,
yeah,
not even giving a fuck about the underground and all that crap. You know what I mean?
yeah. I wish we knew what.
And they were powerful. They probably had money and other things they could have traded for things constantly. They didn't need to have all the subterfuge. Why all the subterfuge?
I think it would have worked. This would have worked if Shallan went to Kelsier at the end of the book. If there wasn't this time lapse bullshit that's like, hey, we need to like have the Stormlight coincide with this Mistborn Era 3 or whatever he's gonna do
Yeah.
to like make this
You know.
time lapse thing. And it was like, all right, book 6, we're gonna have Shallan on Scadrial meeting with Kelsier, doing all the Ghostblood shit that's gonna then tie back into like this. But so like then it's like, oh, the Ghostbloods were cool, like, and like killing them off isn't a bad thing because we're gonna go to their boss and we're gonna meet Kelsey or Thydakar or whatever, and we're actually gonna do this. But the thing later with Shallan, where it's just like, oh yeah, that was kind of dumb. You have a Sion now. Peace out. Like makes it bad. It's
Yeah,
like
I totally expected that Shallan would have gone off world or
yeah,
something
that would have been
more.
really cool.
But I mean,
And then it's just
it
like
to me it's a conflict. So it's like, all right, you can do one of two things. Like the time bubble, the time dilation bubble solves the problem of letting the rest of the Cosmere come up with a plan and and sorry, Honor start to learn its power, right? But
yeah,
then you time lock people on the planet
yeah. It's
so
like
that if they come back, everybody they knew was gone.
it's like
Right?
think how cool it'd be, right?
Well, no, they're old as shit. When they come back, everybody's still
Yeah,
young.
yeah. But
They
like
come
think
back 80 years later, everyone else has only passed 10 years.
yeah, but it doesn't matter for like Wit, who's the only person that
Yeah, yeah. Well,
because
no,
because I don't.
Sigil's off.
Uh, is he? He's not
Yeah,
yet. Oh, I guess he's going off to.
Sigil's a Dawn Shard anyway now, so he's
yeah.
But like,
Is he
effectively
aged?
immortal.
think how
Dawnguards don't age.
No, they're
probably
effectively immortal. I did.
Because Risen is also, I think, off-world. And my money is that,
everybody's fucking immortal.
well, now that I know that Lift is going to be the flashback chapters for book 6, I don't know. But my money was that Lift went with Zyle.
Yeah,
Off-world.
but I think they're still on world because
It might be.
remember this book's only last 10 days. Um,
Hey, they
so
do a
she
lot in the last 10 days.
true, but like think how cool. So this would get me interested if he didn't have the time thing, and then she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go meet you, Thydakar," and it's like, "Oh, all right." Shallan's gonna be in fucking Mistborn Era 3 or whatever. Like, let's say, like I thought it was set in Mistborn Era 3 because
That's what I thought.
that's the next books that are coming out. It'd be oh cool. This is now we're tying Stormlight into Mistborn Era 3. We're gonna have Shallan in there, and she's gonna be trying to find a way to get back to Roshar and get into the physical realm and get back to Adolin and stuff. And so she's gonna be in there, and that's how you start tying shit together and have a cohesive world with characters you like, and you didn't do it. And it's annoying. Instead, it's like, oh, we had a Kelsier cameo. He was basically fucking Darth Maul in the Solo movie. He basically was.
Fucking Liz.
He like pops up.
So
He's
wait,
like,
how are you still alive?
yeah, yeah. Actually, he is Darth Maul in the Kelsier movie, and in the Solo movie. It's like,
And he's in the
how,
charge of this like criminal
yeah,
organization. Like
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All
Actually,
right, there you
Justin got it.
go.
Oh my God.
Kelsier Darth Maul.
yeah. Like, and it didn't work in that movie either
Oh,
because if you didn't watch the Clone Wars, you wouldn't know that Darth Maul's alive. Um,
Yeah.
but but killing them both off and having it be a wet fart, just like oh, like you kind of learn how to like spy or whatever, and that was the purpose of this 5 book thing because we don't really give a shit about Roshar anymore. Is a letdown. If if they didn't do the epilogue thing with Shallan, I think it works.
Yeah.
Just me personally, and like I never cared about Murray, so him dying is like whatever. They both kind of died like bitches. Like I wish Yaddle was had a cooler death, even though it was kind of cool for her figuring out her like sneak attack or whatever. But
I
yeah,
just wish there was like more information about the two to make it go, oh, okay, they finally like
yeah,
more conflict or something like something to make their deaths
yeah.
they could have answered
feel
some of the
It,
more
questions.
it's
substantial.
it's my problem with actually most of the Stormlight is the more you learn about shit, the less cool it is, right? So like the Ghost Bloods are really cool, but the more you learn about them, it's like whatever. And it's like the High Sprint are super mysterious and interesting, but the more you learn about them, they're just kind of bumbling idiots. Same thing with the Fuse. Same thing with Renarin. Like Renarin in the books is like, oh, he's like mysterious and weird. It's like, oh no, he's just like an awkward autistic
He's
kid.
shy.
Yeah, but like setting up, you're like, oh, he's like a dark seer. That's oh, it's gonna be kind of interesting. It's like no, he's just kind of like a shy kid. And you're like okay, cool. But like it's a lot of that. It's just like oh, like Seth. It's like oh, he's just like mysterious assassin in ways. Like no, he's just like
It was like insane,
an
like laws.
abused ward kid that got like taken advantage of. And so like, over and over, like the more
I like Seth's. I like Seth's story.
it's yeah, I mean, it's fine. But I'm just saying each
But yeah,
one
I
is
think
just
it
like
is it's a theme, and I mean
yeah,
I
you
see
can
what you're
like it or
saying.
not, but
it
to
is a
me
theme.
it's showing that people are not all that they just appear to be.
Yeah,
I know, but I
and
will
I get
say
that. And
the
it's like
thing
also
about the
like
ghost.
the herald, like you get some of the heralds and like, oh, they're just kind of like messed up. But like each one is like they're like really interesting, like dark and weird, and like you get to know them more. It's like, oh, that's just a dude. And like it's
And the
fine.
Ghost Bloods. The Ghost Bloods in book two are like, oh my God, they are all powerful. No one knows like to get into a meeting, you have to be like the best of the best of the best of the underground.
Yeah.
And even then, that might get you a foot in the door. But the moment you see anyone else's faces, they're gonna kill you on the way out. Like remember like her first meeting when
Yeah,
she left,
they
she
kill
hid and they
they kill
burned
the
down the
guy. Yeah.
wagon. Like they were so cutthroat and mysterious and crazy. You're like, oh my God, what are they doing? Why are they here? And then you're like, oh, they just want to get Stormlight?
Yeah.
That's that's it? Well, that's a weird way to do it, but okay, they just got killed off and now it's
Yeah. And
don't even care anymore.
it's just a
Like,
thing I've noticed where it's like
I don't know.
the really interesting, cool mysterious thing when he shines a light. It really pissed me off with the high spring. We're like, oh, we're just bumblefucks. Like we're instead of like this really logical, crazy, different type of sprint. It's like no, they're just kind of like dumb and like incompetent. And you're like, okay, oh, the
Well,
fuse or
one, two,
like
1, 2, 4 was.
yeah, but like that's what we're seeing from them, right?
No, 1, 2, 1 was.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't
It's
know.
just it's just a theme I've noticed.
Vinley,
Let's
let's
yeah,
move.
let's
Sorry.
let's move
Yeah,
forward.
sorry.
So Vinley reveals to Elle that she has signed a treaty from Yasna. Said that the Shattered Plains was land that belonged to the listeners. Elle, we find out Elle has a shard blade, and he used it to kill the magnified one that tried to interfere with the thing, and Elle calls the retreat.
Yep.
Not only does he have a shard blade, he has a shard blade that he can call instantly. It wasn't 10 heartbeats. He just zoom, which is a big thing because the only people that can do that are Radiants.
Yeah. It's almost like you should be in this book more.
I know, but I'm just saying that's a very interesting note about him is the fact that it wasn't a 10 heartbeat shard blade. It was a truly bonded shard blade.
So
I have no theories about him. I just noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems cool. Hopefully in book 6 he does something.
I
I
want
really
to
hope
be
so.
back.
He
I want
seems
some
really he seems really cool.
I want some cool antagonists.
Yes.
All right,
Well,
Dallin.
and we called that last time about the Shattered Plains treaty thing. It
Yeah.
seemed pretty obvious, and it was what it is.
Yeah.
It was cool.
All right, Dalinar contemplates the morals of killing one person to save a whole nation. Like Justin said, the trolley problem. He realizes no matter what choice he makes, he proves that Taravangian was right about him all along. Stormfather also doesn't have an answer, but Dalinar still views him as a friend, which is interesting. Dalinar is realizing the lesson of the son of the lumberman story now. And then we get the power of honor speaking to Dalinar, and Dalinar relives the history he just saw in this entire 10-day period. The honor, not the Stormfather, but honor is like, it hurts. Why must it hurt? Can humans not simply do as they say that they will? And Dalinar ends with, I know the words. It's the most important words a man can say.
Back to the first book.
Yeah. All right. Chapter 138. The Burden of Nine. The Burdens of Nine. We get Shallan, Nael, Syl, Seth, Kaladin. So Shallan real quick. Radiant congratulates Shallan for killing without needing her. Shallan acknowledges she is not responsible for Mraize's bad choices or their consequences. When Shallan hugs Radiant, she disappears. So now Radiant and Vale are both. She's kind of got them combined into herself now. Mraize's cryptic climbs out of his body. He's like, I hate you. He's missing an arm and a shoulder. The ink spren, Yaddle's ink spren also looks different as well. And what we learned is that the Stormlight was burned out of them, so they're completely, what they have left is the Void Light. And the Shallan thinks maybe that Sha-Anat can help them, so she plans to return them to Sha-Anat. She walks back to Renarin and Rlain, who are poised to smash Mishram's gem, and she's like, oh no. And then we go back to the Shinovar, where we have Nael. Basically, we have all of our characters there dealing with the darkness. Nael wants to die. He can't bear the weight of his failures and the murders. And Syl is struggling. She wants to not exist as well. She hears Ishar tell her, know my pain. So he's giving his pain to others. Just kind of like that theme, instead of like this is my pain, he's like doing the opposite. Like, hey, everybody feel what my pain is, instead of just like, yeah, this is my burden to carry.
Yeah.
Seth is exhausted by the overwhelming sense of failure and all of his fighting. And he thinks he hears the sword talking to him and curls into a ball. Kaladin, Ishar tells Kaladin that he thinks he should dissolve the Oath Pact and bring the Spren through to be his army to lead. Kaladin's recent experience with therapy is helping him fight back against the darkness. He takes a deep breath and stands up. So, I really do. I really did like these POVs of the four of them dealing with the darkness.
Yeah.
It really did give like an overwhelming dread. Now, I didn't really feel like they were going in danger of failing their mission, which I don't know how. We want the good guys to win, right? But like sometimes I always hope for like oh man, this really is like super dreadful. How are they possibly going to get out of this? Type situations. So it came as close to me. It came as close to that as it could without quite getting there. But I like the imagery.
Yeah, it was cool.
It I like that it did give you a little bit of Kaladin's journey.
Yeah.
Like the last little bit, like not just this one, but like the next few chapters of it. And it's Kaladin's journey. It's what he overcame.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it works
I liked it. And a good visual.
I think it works for Kaladin. I have problems with it for other stuff that we can get to. But I think the Kaladin stuff is good. Because it pays off the 5 books of him like changing stuff. I think it doesn't work for the Heralds and Ishar and stuff is pretty dumb, but we can get to that. But
I'm fine with them being broken people. I will say though, the solution, I'll get to the solution later.
yeah,
Anyway,
that's what I'm talking about the solution.
yeah.
But this scene's cool because Kaladin pays off his journey. So I think it works for me. It was
I
cool.
don't,
And I like Shallan taking the Spren, the
yeah.
Jada Spren.
Yeah, I wish we had more Sean.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
I wish we had
This-
more of Mishram.
I really wish we had more Vinley. Not that I particularly love Vinley. She was very much missing after being such a big part of book 4. She kind of just shows up and like gets the Shattered Plains, and that's like her entire story arc. It's a little weird.
It feels
What
like it's setting up for the next.
True, a lot of
Yeah,
this
but
is set in
which is I don't. mm,
because I haven't. I will say
I don't like large storylines just setting up for other things.
I will say I thought, and maybe it'll come in book 6 and later stuff. We're gonna get like the main thesis of the book that like everybody needs to work together. So like we would have, Vinley the singer, Radiant, and everybody else start to like actually work together and like fight on the same side. That didn't quite happen, which is fine. Hopefully, it will be next book.
Yeah. All right. Chapter 139, Words. We got Kaladin and Dalinar. Kaladin steps between Ishar and Seth, not believing that Kaladin can function through the darkness. Wait, did I write that right? But Kaladin understands now that the heralds are broken from this darkness. He promises that Ishar will be warm again. Ishar asks if Kaladin is Seth's spren or God. He says he's his therapist, but doesn't know exactly what that is.
There.
Ishar
Call
grabs
me a
Kaladin.
therapist.
Yeah. Ishar grabs Kaladin by the throat. Kaladin then speaks the fifth ideal, which is, I will protect myself so that I may continue to protect others. So,
Yep. A little cheesy.
yeah, but also
But
kind of necessary. Like, if you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of somebody else.
no, I meant more like I am his therapist. It was
Oh,
kind of
oh.
dumb. It was kind of dumb.
I like it.
But whatever. It's fine.
It
Um,
it's for some reason I didn't think about it when I was reading it, but just now, analyze this and analyze that.
Mm-hmm. You're a broker. I'm a therapist.
Yeah, I'm his therapist. What the fuck are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
I need to rewatch those movies. They're so
Uh,
good. I haven't watched them in forever, but good old
Yeah.
Billy Crystal.
Yeah.
Or
But yeah,
Robert
now
De
he
Niro.
has the fifth ideal. Dun, dun, dun.
All right, Dalinar. The power of honor surrounds Dalinar and just drowns out the odium's buzzing. He realizes that honor is not the power of self-improvement, but of keeping one's word. Cultivation encourages Dalinar to say the words, and Dalinar says, I understand you, to the power of honor.
Yeah.
So, moving right along, we got chapter 140, The Light We Kindle Ourselves. We got Kaladin, Seth, Dalinar.
It's right here where the wind accepts the words.
Yes. Dalinar and Renarin. The wind whispers these words are accepted to Kaladin as he takes the fifth ideal.
Like the sprint of Aswalnadium takes his oath. That's interesting. To get to become a god.
I mean,
Yeah,
technically all of them
I guess that makes sense.
Technically, all of them are parts of Ad nauseam, whether it's a Stormfather or Syl or.
True.
Yeah.
Well, technically.
Kaladin then cleanses the darkness from Ishar. He uses Nightblood to sever the connection between Ishar and Nail, Syl, and Seth. He sets Nightblood down, but there's still a black cord running between him and Nightblood, so there's a connection between the two of them. He says, "Give me to Seth. He needs me, but I'll feed off of you, Kaladin. And I know the surges because of the other honor blades." And Kaladin tells Syl that he's finally figured himself out. I really do like Nightblood's voice
On the audiobook.
Oh, me! Pick me! Pick me!
I will say that's another thing that I got right was that Nightblood would learn all the surges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You were skeptical, I remember. Brandon, let me ask you this. Were all the black cords coming from people? That remind you a lot of Wheel of Time. You think that was a Wheel of Time reference?
It does. I didn't think about it while reading it, but when you mentioned it, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, he's doing a little bit of Wheel of Time, all right.
Yeah.
Especially in like book one, and it goes away, but like book one, they're like, I see the black cords connecting into the dark one or whatever, and he severs it. I was like, oh, it's like the same word. So I was just like, some Wheel of Time references, which is fun.
Yeah, it definitely reminded me of the Choden Call as well.
Yeah.
All right. Seth. Nightblood grants Seth his lashings and more, and they are ready to fight. And then we jump back to Dalinar. Yeah, I even wrote it down here. The fifth ideal, cleansing the darkness and the connection to Ishar, reminds me of the cleansing of the taint in Wheel of Time. Doesn't have the same exact description of what was happening, but
Yeah, I was thinking more of Eye of the World, where he's like, I see or like Ishamael, not shot. Asmodean when he cuts the black cord, keeping him with the dark one, and like frees himself. But yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
that works too. All right. Excuse me. Oh. Dalinar pulls the power of honor through the perpendicularity. Taravangian is like, yeah, the power won't return to humankind. Honor says, I, humankind, the pain, accept. And then Dalinar sees a flash of two people holding a gemstone prison, which is Renar and Rlain, but he names them the Bridger of Minds and the Son of Thorns. And so I guess he's seeing into the spiritual realm at that point.
I mean, he's like
Yeah. He
becoming
has
a
a
god.
perpendicularity up, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the perpendicularity. So, then we jump to Rlain.
I will say this: Renarns doesn't have a cool nickname. Son of Thorns. Like he could do better than that, right?
Yeah.
Bridger of Minds is cool. Like Son of Thorns, like
Yeah,
come on, Dalinar, be a little bit more creative.
Twister of Fate.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, that is Renarin. He twists fate.
Yeah.
He's the one that they can't see around.
Yeah, that works.
Um,
It was a little self-indulgent. He's like, yeah, that's my son.
the son of the Blackthorn. Wait,
Son of
what?
the
It's not even the Blackthorn anymore.
What?
Weak. You're right. That was a weak nickname. Come on, Delnor.
Who's that? We call him son of the Blackthorn. What? You mean he's your son? Well, no, he's the
Ah.
son of the Blackthorn.
No, I'm not the Blackthorn anymore.
I'm not the Blackthorn,
What
but
you call
but
it,
there
son of
are
the
but
Thorns?
there are thorns.
Yeah.
Thorns are cool, right?
So then it jumps to Rlain, who Shallan is trying to stop the two of them, but they shatter Mishram's prison.
Yep.
And that's the end of the book.
What was Shallan's goal? If not to release.
To like keep it away from the ghost blood she just killed.
Yeah.
That we're trying to do what with it?
We don't know.
Like,
Yes, we don't know.
like this whole plot line,
I-
the whole spiritual plot line of those are just kind of like,
I'm guessing to take Bada Mishram off world to like do
Anago?
something. I don't know. That's why we never got anything from Yaddle who wanted Bada Mishram.
We
Because
do know,
Murray's didn't give a shit about Bada Mishram.
so all we know is that whenever they do shatter and free her, the Roshar heals itself.
yeah.
And the
Yeah.
connection with the singers and listeners is healed. So that's like the big thing that happens. But
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knew what was going to happen necessarily.
I mean, if she could take Odium's power, right? Maybe they wanted her to like get another shard to give them Stormlight or something. I don't know. I don't know. Like that would be a way to generate Stormlight on another planet if they could take her
If she
off.
would have took the power of honor, she could have made Stormlight for him.
Yeah. But we know literally nothing about Yaddle other than she wears a mask from Heir to the Mistborn. And
Her brother is also a ghost blood that is probably going to start a civil war.
yeah. Like that's all we really know about her because she's been mysterious and cool. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we'll get a little bit in either a Ghost Blood book or like if like Era 3 Ghost Bloods was like Yaddles was one of the main characters, that would be kind of cool. But that would be a prequel to this, so I don't know if that works. But yeah, I don't know anything about Bada Mishram. This to me was like, hey, read book 6. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
all right, cool.
Yeah.
I'll read
I mean,
book
he
6.
has to do some of that, but
Yeah, no, I know, but like, I only wish that the Yaddle stuff was like maybe if she stabbed her and she's like, oh no, I could have like it would be kind of dumb. But like, oh, I must spell my plan out before I die. I wish just something. Or like if Thaddeus was like, yeah, she was doing this to do this at the end, that would have also been fine.
Yeah.
But anyway, doesn't matter. They released her, which is cool. I'm really I think the animated are cool, and I'm interested to see how they interact in book 6, especially with the new odium or new attribution.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, chapter 141, That Which Was Lost. Kaladin, Dalinar, Seth, Relaine. Seth shows how well he can fight 6 honor bearers at once. Kaladin notices the massive windspread, thousands of them, with the wind gathered there, as something terrible happens in Urithiru. So, yeah, Seth has all of the lashings, or not lashing, all of the surges now with Night Blood. Dalinar, he feels the moment that Baidu Mishram is released. This is a long-lasting discordant tone vibrating the soul of Roshar in the most terrible way of ways was finally extinguished. The power of honor seems to finally be reborn into Dalinar because of their connection and how Dalinar understood him. So this discordant tone is now gone. It makes things kind of strange on Roshar, and Dalinar takes in the power of honor.
Let's think.
Do I?
Last book was all about like tones and shit. Was there any mention of like discordant tone? Can't remember.
I don't
They were doing
remember.
they were doing all the like the little like the
Yeah.
tone stuff. I can't remember. So I'm just trying to think of what that would change.
Well, I know it was mentioned there was a 4th tone.
Yeah, it kind of went nowhere.
Huh?
Yeah. So maybe that was Bada Mishra maybe?
Yeah.
I was trying to think because I was just remembering that last book was basically all about the tones of Roshar.
We don't know exactly what the unmade are, right? There's something that Odium made that they
The
agreed with
unmade.
Odium to let him do it to them.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing they're like the wind and the stone and shit that used to be parts of Adonasium that got like corrupted by Odium or some shit.
Elixir was like a Parshendi that Odium just really did some stuff to.
Or maybe that. I don't know. We actually don't know.
Yeah.
No, we don't. We get some references like I will unmake you like I made unmade or I will remake you like I made the unmade or something like that. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe
it's very
maybe
vague.
there were people that got stuff. Maybe she's like the Eve of the Parshendi or whatever.
Yeah.
Like one of the first Parshendi. I don't know.
All right, Seth.
Hey, it's cool.
Seth then thanks Posen as he stabs him with Nightblood. Say, thank you for your service.
You're a poser, Posen.
He stabs Moss, saying he was the only one to be an actual friend to him.
Mhm.
So he's just he's murking all these honor bearers, relieving them of their um, fused status, freeing their souls, I guess. Relaine, Mishram appears and tries to envelop Renarin, but Relaine steps up and protects him and says, "No, he helped me free you. He changed for us." Mishram screams, and then they get shunted out of the spiritual realm into Shadesmar on an empty Oathgate platform. And on to Seth, he destroys the Stone Ward. Nightblood is seeking to feast on Seth's soul. Seth tells Elid that she doesn't deserve what was done to her and kisses her on the forehead, then destroys her with Nightblood.
At this point, though, he's realized Nightblood is starting to feed on him.
Yes. And
Which,
Kaladin is starting to lose all of
yeah.
his Stormlight.
I'm just saying, every time Seth speaks, I'm like, at this point, I'm just like, dude, you were on a clock. Like a very short clock. The speaking, the I'm sorry that this shouldn't. No, 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 no. Your friend is dying, so you can do this. Like, it's one thing if it's you're that dying, but he is dying. Just kill him. just I know it's awful, but like either put the sword up or just you know what I mean? Like
And
you're killing your friend to say this.
Shit or
I'll
get off the pot.
I will say
It's a story, it's a story, it's not real life.
yeah, I'll say this works. I'm just thinking if they didn't do all the side quest stuff, this could have been a really cool fight, a la Vin killing the all the Inquisitors, showing how like badass Seth is. But they already did that. I'm just thinking if they didn't do the nine side quests, this could have been a place where you could have like the overpowered like Seth fight, which would have been cool. But this worked for me too.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah. Rip,
Right.
rip Seth's family. They're all dead.
Yeah, they're all dead.
Except for
Dead,
the
dead.
mom. You think the mom's gonna come back?
Mom
No,
died.
She died.
No, I forgot. Okay, she's not
Yeah.
coming back.
Yeah, she had a tumor,
Yeah.
died of illness.
I don't know. It's Stormlight. She might come back. I was actually immortal.
Who comes back more, the people in Stormlight or X-Men?
Ooh, that's. I mean X-Men because it's longer.
X-Men, only one X-Men is actually dead.
Spoiler.
Morph? No, Morph came back.
No, I forgot which one it was. It's like Hawk. It's like some dude died in like the first episode or the first issue of like Young Mutants or something like that, and he has never come back. And he's like the only one.
They're like, this was a mistake. I was on cocaine when I made him. Let's just not bring him back.
All
I was like,
right.
okay, I guess fuck him.
We've got chapter 142. A man stands on a cliffside. Dalinar and Kaladin. Dalinar ascends to godhood. Yahoo! Sorry, I'm
What's
banging the
up?
microphone. He remembers all the quote evil things done in the name of being honorable. He clashes with Odium and Taravangi and agrees to the fight. Stormfather begs Dalinar. Dalinar pauses, realizes he will destroy his homeland, so he seeks another solution. And he vanishes into a final vision. The vision, we'll just go.
Yeah, we'll just go all
Dalinar.
down on I like that.
Dalinar enters the vision with Noadan, asking him what he should do. So Noadan bakes him some shin bread. Noadan is apparently an avatar in the spiritual realm here. He's like not just a vision. He lets him try the bread with butter spread on it. He calls back to the last time he talked to Dalinar, said, "Hey, I'm gonna bake you some bread next time." Honor, as a young child, and not Tanavast, shows up at the house, and he's confused why Dalinar wouldn't fight like he wanted, even though he understands him. Dalinar realizes that Honor needs more time to grow. Interesting thing is that the shard itself is like becoming its own
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
So it's no longer needing a vessel, but it's like able to exist without a vessel and grow.
That
Yes.
part confuses me because they're all
Yes.
parts of ad nauseam. So if it's growing on its own, it's just ad nauseam. Right?
Yeah.
Like that is just a kid ad nauseam without one virtue, but it is adult. Like, you know what I mean? Like, who
Yeah.
else is it? Like,
Yeah. I don't. This is weird.
Yeah, I don't
get
fully
I get what they're
understand it.
expressing, but it's weird based on the rules of the shards.
Yeah. I also don't know how like. Yeah.
Also, I like the
understand.
idea that honor. I kind of like the idea that honor isn't lawful good, but lawful neutral. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
You know?
I also don't know how much. He's like, it needs more time, so I'm gonna do this. But hasn't it been like
Thousands of years.
thousands of years since it's had a shard bearer? So like 10 years or whatever the fuck isn't gonna
But
do
maybe
much?
10 years of being part of something and seeing the world is the big thing.
Hey, I don't know.
They're actually
I was like,
experiencing it rather than
I'm guessing it's gonna get more explained, and it's cool.
But then
Uh,
Dalinar could also live 10 years with it, so
yeah. I will say that the shard stuff has always been weird because we've always met gods, and then you have like the duality of what is the god and what is the shard,
yeah.
and it's always been kind of odd to me. So I like that this getting autonomy. I'm guessing
Yeah.
that's gonna do some crazy weird shit in the
Do
next
we
books and stuff.
do we know what Noadon is?
No.
Like, is Noadon like wit?
Could be. Didn't like
Because he mentions knowing him. Like, he's like,
didn't
oh,
he
he's right. You are brighter than you look. You know what I mean? Like, it's like so deep.
didn't Odium say like, oh, I wish I
Yeah.
captured his soul or some shit like that?
I wish I would have made him immortal or something.
Yeah. So I think he's just like a dude that like maybe
He's definitely more than a dude.
maybe he's like Uncle Iroh in Avatar. He just
No,
like
because it's the fact that his name's not even Noadon. He was like, I was born named something else, but no one
wait,
liked that
but
name.
you know what I mean, Chris? Where he's like, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go chill in the spiritual realm and show up in Korra. Uh,
Yeah.
like maybe he's just like a maybe he's like actually
Maybe he's Uncle Ira
he like
in Korra.
he like ascended to like the spiritual plane by being so like philosophical or some shit. I don't know.
You know
Yeah.
what? You know what? Until proven otherwise, I'll accept that answer.
Either that he's
That's
a
canon
dragon.
until it's changed.
Either that he's a dragon. It's one or the
Could be
other.
a dragon.
Well, no, then he'd be in the other realm that dragons go to. Well, he might still be there anyway, huh?
Yeah.
Because the dragons have their own realm.
No, they
But they
do.
can,
Apparently.
Dragon Realm.
well, yeah, they talk about it because Wit can go there,
Yeah.
I forgot about
but he's an
And
interloper.
there's an Aether's realm too.
Yeah.
Aether's realm.
that.
Um,
Come on, read all the books, Justin.
I've read most of them. Kind of. Not actually. I don't think I can
No,
say
I'm
that.
not. I've read all of
um,
the Stormlight and
I've
Mistborn
read like
and two standalones.
50% of them, 45% of them, 30% of them.
Maybe like 30. I've not touched Elantris. I've not touched Era 2
Arrow 1,
or any of the
all,
prequel eras.
all Stormlight. I've read Warbreak, I don't remember it. I've read like half of Elantris, that's 0.5.
I'm not really interested.
None of
I
the
do know where the
Secret
Doctor
History.
comes from later, though. But we'll get to him.
Yeah, so I've read maybe 35% of them.
yeah. All right.
It's a lot of books.
We haven't gone over Kaladin in this part.
I know.
Oh, sorry.
But the end of it, so Dalinar is like, I can't defeat Odium, but Seth and Kaladin can. He returns to Urithiru with the encouragement and acceptance of the Stormfather to renounce his oaths.
I would say the first time I read this part, I was like, kind of like, okay, I guess he's going to do it. And the second time, like going through it, I kind of got more of like, it's like, who can beat him? It's like, you're right, I don't have to beat him. Only one that can beat him are other shards. They have to beat him, not me. Like, Nodon's like, yeah, you can't beat him. No one can. No, you're fucking mortal. He's a god. Make
It,
other gods beat him.
it makes sense, but like I said,
Mm.
for the other books, I don't know what we can maybe get into this later when we do speculation for book 6 and stuff. But I don't know what the book 6 through 10 is. It's like, yeah, we can't fight a god. We're just gonna like chill out, I guess. Like there's no war, we're just kind of chilling out in Azamir.
It's going to be a spy novel.
Maybe that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do. It doesn't even mention the word shard or odium or sorry,
Retribution.
retribution once. Not once in all 6 books.
Yeah.
I'm
Or
down.
all 5 books.
All right. Kaladin. He tries to get Ishar to open a perpendicularity so that he can have more stormlight. The wind says something is coming and wants Kaladin to be prepared. Ishar comes to, and is sad that what he's done, and he has no power left, so he can't even open a perpendicularity. Kaladin breathes in last of his stormlight, and Nightblood is consuming Kaladin, and something the wind is afraid of is on its way.
which is retribution.
Yes.
I do like the names. Retribution.
Yeah, because I was thinking of what was odium and whatchamacallit, honor. I was like,
Honor.
yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Chapter 143. One of them will destroy us. Seth, Kaladin, Shallan, and Dalinar. Seth quickly disposes of the Truth Watcher, who tried to use the death of Elid to entice him to join him. His father says Sivi told him about Ishar the first year at Posen's monastery when she wasn't supposed to, so he's known about it for a long time. He says he followed Seth because he thought he would have the answers. He thanks Seth as he kills him, and then Seth thinks about dying himself, but realizes it would betray everything that Kaladin taught him, and he wants to do better. He casts Nightblood off. Nightblood spins like a top, spraying darkness and screaming, "Destroy evil!"
Very good.
Yeah.
I will say I don't know why his father thought Seth would know anything, what to do about anything. That's like his one flaw is I don't know what to do.
From the very get-go, Seth is like, shouldn't we do this because this is the right thing to do? Like from every point of view, whenever he's with the dilemma, he'll listen to other people, but he's always like, shouldn't we do this? And they're like, no, 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 do this instead. And he's like, oh, okay. But it's like the thing he points to normally is like the correct thing to do.
Yeah,
He just, everyone else is like, don't do that. And he's like, okay.
yeah, yeah. It's just
Yeah,
fine.
I agree.
I was like, really? You thought Seth was gonna know what to do? Like, he spent 5 books not knowing what to do.
So then we move to Kaladin's POV. Seth is slowly disappearing. Syl is screaming in agony. Ishar is afraid of being consumed. So, like, this darkness is like Nightblood is consuming them all. Kaladin jumps on him and uses therapy to convince Nightblood that he is not a thing, that he is a person. Nightblood says, "I am not a thing. I will not kill my friends." And his voice changes at that point. He stops spinning and the smoke fades. And the Spren cry out, and the soul of the world tore asunder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Therapy's good.
Therapy is good.
Apparently,
Can help anyone.
it's really good.
Yeah.
Kaladin is worth your insurance premium.
Kaladin is the
Even though he
first
says
therapist in the
He
universe.
says the most simple shit
It
ever.
doesn't matter. He's worth the insurance premium. If it works, man, it's the results.
It's really
Hey.
it's really dumb, but it worked. It's fine.
Yeah.
You're not a thing. All right, cool. I'm not a thing.
Yeah, I'm not a thing.
I'm just been alive for
Well,
thousands of
Nightblood's-
years. Because Nightblood's been alive for
Nightblood first
thousands
said,
of
"I
years.
am not a thing."
Yeah, but he's been. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Calvinist is it's the problem with.
Like the "I am not a thing" first came from Nightblood, and then Kaladin reached out for it, being like, "Okay, who said that? Oh God, it's the sword.
Yeah,
You're not a thing."
it's the problem with the 10-day structure is that all this stuff is so rushed.
It happens too fast.
It happens too fast. It's fine. Like I don't really want 200 pages of them going through Ishar's trauma or whatever. I'm fine hand waving it. It's just kind of funny because it
Yeah.
happens. It's like Nail, Seth, Nightblood, Ishar. They're like, yeah, I was with Kaladin for like 20 minutes, and now I'm cured.
Now, weird question. Could it be an off-world power? The way like in
Therapy?
Scadrial, they have things that can influence people's, emotions. maybe there's something to do with like the music and the sounds and the rhythm of something can like cause people to like, you know what I mean? So that's why the flute and the song was so important.
Yeah, maybe he has the dawn shot of therapy. We just didn't know about it.
Maybe it's like an unknown surge that he has.
Yeah, like it works because I don't care. Like if this was like 200 pages of him doing therapy with him, I would hate it more. So I'm perfectly fine hand waving. It's just kind of funny, even though it was like 1,000 pages of therapy against Seth, which sucked. So I'm glad that we're speed running the Heralds. It's just kind of funny. But yeah,
Oh, right. Oh, that scene with him killing his father. That's a little like Ben Solo and Kylo Ren, or Han Solo with his son.
Yeah.
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do
why are you making me like this book less? I already don't like
it.
it.
Hey, that was from Force Awakens. The only okay
That
one.
was not a good movie though.
It was the only okay one.
Don't this book is better than The Force Awakens.
Yes, this
Yeah.
book is better than
As
The Force
as
Awakens.
as much as I rag on this
This
book, I
book
would much
is,
rather read this book than The Force Awakens.
I don't know, The Force Awakens is only like 2 hours.
It's true. I'd rather read this day than The Force Awakens.
There we go. I'll
Ah,
give you that.
I don't know. The Force Awakens is the best of the
It's
sequels.
not terrible, but it's not good. And
Yeah.
this day at least is good.
Yeah.
The book is bad. This day is good.
All right. So Shallan sees Dalinar and Odium clashing in the sky in Shadesmar. Then she sees Sha-Anat on the walkway. Sha-Anat thanks her for the care for her children. Says it's no game, just survival for her and those she loves. And then Shallan heads back to the Oathgate platform as she sees the Oathgate spring kneel. One of them screams out. Renar and Rlain disappear, and Shallan is left in Shadesmar. And then the sky of Shadesmar goes insane. Dalinar releases the power of honor, breaks the contract with Odium, stating that holding to an oath for the sake of it is silly. This was alluded
Before we
to.
move on a little bit, it would have been kind of cool, since we're in Shallan's perspective, for her to like describe what Shazmar was, because that would have been really interesting. Just since she's an artist, to get that kind of artist perspective on insane. But anyway,
Oh, yeah.
it doesn't really matter. But maybe we'll get like a drawing of it later or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Because I'm curious what it looked like when this god clash happened. It sounds really cool.
Yeah. Dalinar points out that Teravangian said he never wanted power. He's like, you never wanted the power, so this wouldn't entice you. And Teravangian's like, you know what? I like this power. I could I could defeat all the other gods with this power. I could do all this stuff with this power. So he's like, hey, power of honor. I kept all my oaths.
Hey.
Yeah. So
You're looking for a rebound?
yeah. So what I called did happen.
Yeah,
Um,
we're correct.
Teravangian uh, got the Shard of Honor, and the Shard of Honor and the Shard of Odium work better together than they're not opposites of each other like preservation and ruin. So they actually work together and become more powerful, which is dangerous.
Yeah. You know what
Which
I
is
was
why it would have
thinking?
been cool if honor was chaotic. I mean, it was lawful neutral. Kind of, you know what I mean? Like a neutral, not because like Delanar is like, oh, it'll grow up and be good and see like honor, it's like, no, man, let be a little
Know what I was
gray
thinking?
areas.
That was actually kind of funny. Teravangian is actually what the Almighty that the Alethi believe in. He's gonna he's gonna be fighting. He's gonna send them to the Elysium Halls, which is outer space, to go fight for eternity. He's actually the Alethi god, which is kind of
Yeah,
cool.
it kind of is.
So it's good that he rules Alfgar because he's basically the Alethi god.
Yeah, what's his ass is still around? Book 1 and 2 enemy?
Uh,
Sadius?
yeah,
If Sadius was still around, he'd be like, yeah, I'll follow
yeah,
you.
yeah.
And he'd be like, cool, you're
He's
right,
literally
you're
the
my kind of
Alethi.
guy.
He's literally the Alethi god. Like so, like it's good that he
Gavinar,
rules
yeah.
Alfgar. Yeah, because they're gonna go to the Elysium Halls and fight for eternity and conquer the world, the universe. So
The
good for them.
Tranquilin Halls.
Tranquilin Halls, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like the third planet that blew up or some shit. Do we know what that? We knew what that is, right? That's not
It was a lie.
Ashen, but another planet, right?
I think it was just a lie.
No, I thought it was another planet.
No,
It's
I
both.
There's only the
think
3 planets.
I
Then
think
it
He's
I think
then
Ash.
it was
Alaswa.
then it was Ashen because Braze was Damnation or whatever. So yeah, it would have been Ash.
It would have been Ashen or
Yeah.
Alaswa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Um,
I was just it was a fun little realization I had.
By the way, Alatswa has to be back to a habitable planet, right? Potentially.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's been like, what, 6,000 years, something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It could be.
Could be.
I wish, hopefully, in the next books, we go to other planets in the solar system. If we're not going to leave Roshar system, we go to like Braze or
Yeah.
Alaswa.
Yeah.
Maybe like Shallan finds like a thing and she pops out in like Braze or some shit. That'd be cool.
I would like that. So yeah, as he takes the shard of honor, parts of honor actually split off and fled, or a small part of it.
Is that the Oathback? You think?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even get that. Huh.
That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought it was too.
What the fuck just happened?
Yeah,
Oh,
part of it.
now my thing refreshed and went back to the top.
Yeah.
All right. Dalinar sends messages through his connections. He sends love to Navani, apologies to Adolin, pride to Renarin, because of course, why not? And then courage to everybody else. And we get confirmation that they did receive those things. All of the other shards turn their attention to retribution. Dalinar says it is the Sunmaker's Gambit. This is a callback to a previous chapter in the book.
Yes.
He forced Taravangian to no longer be a small/equal force to all the others, so that the others have to gang up and deal with him.
Yeah.
So he no longer has the time that he wanted to build an army.
Yeah.
And he's also
even-
super strong now.
And even less so because of the time dilation bubble.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
Which I don't think Dalinar knew that was going to happen, but
No.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
like-
it makes sense. And so I like I said, like the ending status quo of this book is cool. The way we got there I have qualms with, obviously. So like I enjoyed this. When you're like Taravangian again to get honor, I was like, I'm like, was the
I didn't
point?
think it was going to end with the bad guy win kind of a
Yeah,
thing.
but I think it
I think
works, and
very nice.
there's a reason now if there's 5 more books. So I enjoy the end of this book. Like I do. I think it's good. And it made me want to read book 6. Sucks that book 6 is gonna be in 7 years or whatever, but yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on Dalinar. Rip Dalinar. He was probably the best character in the series, besides Adolin.
Dox is pretty up there.
You have to wait until our character tier list comes out.
Come on, May Aladar is definitely number 1.
She's gonna be the number 1 in books 6 through 10 when she really shines. She's gonna. Adolin's gonna cheat on her, on Shallan
I
with
was about
her.
to say that. It's like it was going to be number 1 until
Yeah.
she cheats, until Adolin
So
cheats.
that happens.
Yeah, that's gonna
And
happen.
we're all gonna turn on Adolin. We're gonna turn on him so fast.
Yeah. It's gonna be us. She's gonna be. Sean's gonna come back and she's gonna be like, "What? I'm a fucking unvowed. What are you? Just a little lady with no stormlight? What's up? I'm Mayaldar. I have a flashback chapters in book 6. What do you have? Oh, book 2. Oh, who cares about that? Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
So there's a line in this chapter that I really, really like. And it was this was Dalinar's final test. At long last, trusting someone else to do their job. And I kind of like that's a nice little. I mean,
That
it got there really fast. It went from him trying to do everything to
Yeah.
like he learned it real fast. But it is kind of like a that is a nice change of pace for Dalinar.
I will
A
say I
little tap.
wish.
it is because like a lot of what got him into this mess was him not
Trying to do himself.
trusting Elokar.
Yeah. Which I mean, you shouldn't trust Elgar. He sucked.
No, no. Like if you reread the first two books, it's like no, Elhokar needed his ass kicked. Like
Yes, he did,
it
but
was 100% justified.
Yeah. I will say I wish we got the Adolin Dalinar like scene. Like maybe if like he's like in the spiritual realm, he connects with Adolin, they have like their
A
like
final.
their last thing before. Maybe it's a little cheesy, but or like everybody's separated in this book, so we didn't ever get um that resolution. Even though he kind of like Adolin kind of does it by himself, which works, but it would have been it's something that was missing and could have been cool. But I also understand why it didn't happen. But you could do weird spiritual realm bullshit, so it could have been kind of fun to have him be like, "Son," and he's like, "Oh, I forgive you, Father."
When we get done, I want to make a prediction for Era 2.
Okay,
And I have my prediction.
all
I have
right.
a prediction based on that.
Well, let's get done. We still got a little bit
All right,
left.
let's get
yeah, we
done.
got a little bit left. I did want to point out I really like the description of Dalinar in this one as a iridescent mother of pearl cloud.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's go to chapter 144, the Tower, the Crown, and the Spear. Got some Nail and some Kaladin. Uh, Ishar and Nail talk. Cool. Sorry. Retribution will claim all of the Spren and there will be no more Stormlight. The Wind suggests that an oath pact can be reforged to bind Retribution in a small way by the power of honor. The Wind says she can keep their minds separate from their souls so they won't be tortured. Uh, we're reminded that, or learn that Kaladin is missing some fingers and Seth is like missing an arm and is like uh, Anakin Skywalker charred.
Yeah, but now we know that he could just get his plate to replace his arm. So
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Yeah. The Wind says Seth cannot become a herald. The Night of Sorrows has come, which is the true desolation. And Dale says, excuse me, it's late. Sorry, trying not to yawn too much. Nail says honor is dead. And Stormblessed comes in and does his repeat of a line. Honor is dead, but I'll see what I can do. Call back to what White Spine Uncaged chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we switch over to Kaladin. Kaladin resolves to become a herald so he can protect the Seth, the Wind, and the Spren, and everything else. He speaks the words, I accept this journey, and Syl says these words are accepted. So it's interesting that for the fifth ideal, the Wind accepted the words, but to become a herald, Syl accepted the words.
Yeah.
Because she's now the Stonefather.
Is she now the Stormfather though? She was just I don't know.
That's what I got.
But then like every honor Spren would because she's just they're all created. I don't know.
But she's like special for some weird reason.
She is special.
Yeah, we don't actually really know.
She's the ancient daughter.
Yeah, like she's it's probably gonna turn out she's like not a honor sprint with some other thing,
Kaladin was a bondsmith the whole time.
something like that.
Yeah.
Ah, that's why I can do therapy so much. That's his bond.
It would work.
Yep. Harold Kaladin's honor blade is a spear because, of course, it is. The other heralds appear. They reforge the Oath Pact. Kaladin's eyes return to a dark brown.
So
Kaladin,
oh, sorry. You said that spear is Syl. I thought that was he made an honor blade.
No, he made an honor. He made an
oh,
honor.
yeah, okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's what I thought. You just said that earlier on.
I
Okay.
did, but I misspoke.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's been 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like. That's why I was like, did I forget that? Yeah. Good
We're
job.
all allowed to, make
Yeah.
mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
Kaladin chooses the title Herald of Second Chances. Nail smiles, and Ishar will make Kaladin immortal, and then they must leave the planet.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of a little twist there, I think Seth's going to be the Herald, and Kaladin ends up being the Herald. So
Yeah.
It makes sense.
it does make a lot of sense.
I just want to clarify something just to make sure I understand it, and maybe anyone that's, like the readers and other people listening also might have this question. So Retribution is coming to basically absorb all the Spren to get back the part of the Spren that is honor. But the Spren that have honor in them are the Spren that were created by honor or by honor and cultivation, which were 9 of the types of Spren, not all Spren, because there were already Spren on Roshar that were left over from Ad Nauseam, but they were not the cognitive thought Spren, or they weren't the Sprens that were intelligent. They were just the
Yeah.
It would have been the
stuff.
intelligence.
So he's not sucking up. He's not coming to eat all the Spren. He's just coming to get those Spren, right?
Yeah,
What
essentially all the Spren of
Like the Radiance.
Radiance. All the
Yeah,
Radiance.
I just want to make sure. And he
but
can't get the
also-
cultivation Spren because he can't find them. But
And-
technically, they're not protected. But he can't suck them up anyway. So
And he wouldn't get the Shah not sprint because they're of him.
well, he wants to suck them up also.
Does he want to do that?
Yeah, he wants all their power back. He's like, I want all the Spren from ODMN, which they're not protecting those because they don't have honor in them. So if they're making a ring of honor to protect the
Well, they do have
Radiant
honor.
Sprens,
They do have honor in them.
they can't.
They're like both, right?
Oh, they are. If they're both, then yeah. For some reason, I thought yes.
I
Well, no,
thought
there
they
are
were-
void. He's gonna suck up all the void sprints, not the Sha-Not sprints. He's gonna suck up all the void sprints.
Yeah, all the void Spren.
Yeah, and those aren't protected. Those are just gonna get.
But
They get-
then, so that means Ayatl and Mreza's Spren.
Oh, they're gone.
No, there's a Shah
I'm
not
not lighting them.
But they're only or the void light part of them is the only thing that's left.
Mm-hmm.
Stormlight.
Unless Sha-Not protects them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be part of the.
Hmm.
I could see, like, the Unmade fighting against Retribution.
Yeah.
I want to know is that all that the Honor Pact did was protect the Spren and also themselves?
It also did the fuse stuff, I'm pretty sure.
Did it keep? Is it keeping the fuse on Braze?
I thought so.
So it's doing that
I
also.
think so.
Okay, I didn't know if that was part of the new honor because did it reforge or just like add someone new? I guess it just added someone new, but reforged the
Yeah.
original.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we don't actually know, but that's what I assume. I don't see why they would not want to keep the fuse on Braze.
That's true. All right, that's. I was just clarifying that because it was a little confusing to me, and that's what I thought. But I wanted to see if I was.
Yeah, it's a lot of weird.
Yeah, it's a lot
I
of
didn't
weird
explicitly
fantasy
say
stuff.
it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It didn't explicitly point out exactly what the honor pact did.
Yeah, I don't think we explicitly know. It's kind of just like, yeah, the Spren now live for some reason. Like, okay, cool.
All right. Chapter 145, To Weep for the End of All Things. Navani, Shallan, Teravangian, Kaladin. Navani feels the love from Dalinar. The sibling informs Navani that Dalinar is dead and that cultivation has fled. And sibling and Navani are creating defenses against retribution, which essentially is putting Navani in a coma.
Make a big old bubble.
Yep.
Yes.
Stasis bubble.
Stasis.
Which later Odium or Retribution shows up anyway to kill Wit inside Eurytheros, so but
Hey, he
Yeah.
doesn't actually show up though, does he? No, yeah,
Yeah.
he just vaporizes.
yeah, he just pops in,
Yeah.
wipes out Wit, and just disappears again. So
Yeah.
good defense, I guess.
Maybe she wasn't finished.
He can't. I don't think he can consume anything inside, or he can't
Yeah.
consume the. He
The
can't
Spren.
consume the sibling itself. So.
Yeah.
All right, Shallan. The Oathgates tell Shallan that there's no more Stormlight and no Stormfather. She's stuck in Shadesmar forever unless she finds a perpendicularity of some sort. Teravangian, he's reveling in the combined god powers. The High Storm is consumed by the Everstorm. The Everstorm grows into something that's constant across the entire Roshar eventually. Retribution feels the power of the new Oath Pact preventing him from consuming the Spren. He sees all the shards watching him, realizes that he's lost his advantage of centuries to plan.
Mhm.
He wants to make Dalinar pay, but discovers that Dalinar was killed by the storm and in a last act had saved Gavinor. The power of honor won't let him kill Gavinor and is forcing Teravangian to keep to his oaths. So he's like, I hate you already. You're thwarting me. Retribution finds Dalinar's soul in the spiritual realm and tries to make him an unmade, but he slips into the beyond.
He's like, peace.
Yeah, it's like, nah, I'm out of here. I found it interesting that somebody, I forget who said it, but it was said in this chapter that his soul belongs to somebody else. I think. Like,
Yeah.
um,
You cannot have him the power set for he's claimed by another.
okay. Yeah, so that's interesting that we learned that there's something beyond. I mean, we know that there is the beyond if you've read Mistborn: A Secret History like Chris and I have. Then this is kind of a familiar thing. Dalinar, wait, Teravangian finds the Blackthorn in his in the vision where he burns his wife, and because Dalinar had connected to it
And gave him all
and
the
fed it
memories.
his memories, he's able to recruit the Blackthorn as his champion. So good for you, Dalinar.
You made him power. You made him not a vision, but like a full being.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But still a caricature of a full being.
I think
Yeah.
I don't like this at all.
I'm
Yeah.
fine with it. The Blackthorn's an interesting enough thing.
It's just like,
It's nice to have evil Dalinar in the second half without actually having ruined Dalinar's character. I'm
but
fine.
like,
yeah.
just needs to let people go, man. Like, kill your characters. Actually,
I do.
stay dead.
I wanna say real fast, I do have a quick theory for the next one. It says he began thinking of ways to draw attention of his enemies toward a conflict on schedule. He would have to leave Roshar under an agent. That agent is L. 100%. It should have been Yasna, but it's gonna be L. Anyway.
So, is there any retribution in Era 2 of Mistborn, Brandon? Any hint of him?
Not that I recall.
Yeah, 'cause I'm just saying that's why I thought this was also
But
for Era 3.
But
But-
if he said sorry, if he said mentioned retribution in Era 2 of
You would have
Mistborn,
remembered, yeah.
it would have spoiled
Yeah.
True.
this.
Well, I wouldn't have spoke. Well,
Oh, yeah.
It would have.
I mean, would you have been like, oh, that's odium and honor? You'd be like, oh, that's a new shard of retribution, right?
Or you would have just been like, oh, that's like, ambition or fundamentalism, whatever the
Yeah,
fuck
I
all
mean-
the shards are named. You know what I mean? You'd have just been like, oh, that's another shard.
I could search, but
Yeah.
um,
I'm just curious because
Yeah.
you said this. Wit sets up Era 2, which I believe you because you read Era 2.
Yeah,
It just
it's
seems like it's pointing to the next book release.
They would point to the new series, not a series that's already out.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's why I was immediately like, oh, I need to read Era 3.
Yeah, hey, y'all, real fast, we forgot the best part about Odium, or sorry, Retribution. After he brings back the Blackthorn, what does he do? Where's Wit?
yeah, he's like, "Where's Wits?"
Yeah.
Uh,
He likes wit less than I do, which is impressive.
Would you just show up and be like, "Thwomp," not even let him
But if I
talk?
could, yeah.
Let me tell you a story. Thwomp.
Yeah,
The rest of the chapter is Kaladin and um well, I guess all of the heralds, but Kaladin and dies. He has to die to go to Braze.
yeah. Sorry, no, I was just confirming something, but
Oh.
Miss Grimes. So when it's Era 2 because Wit is being interviewed by Miss Grimes, who is the steward for House Ladrian, and that's like he becomes the carriage driver, and I remember that in there.
Okay.
And House Ladrian is Wax. Wax is House Ladrian.
I mean, I believe you. I just my mind reading it was like, oh, the next
I thought so. I
books
thought it was
is
setting
gonna
up for the
be
new books, not
Mistborn.
books that were
So
already
like, I'm glad to know that now.
out. Hmm.
But yeah, it's just like reading organically without reading Era 2, which I need to read. I was like, okay, Era 3.
Era 2 is fun. I'll say the last book in it, the Lost Metal, goes into some Cosmere crazy shit, just like Wind and Truth. But anyway, if you're gonna have gods fighting each other, then they all eventually have to go there anyway.
Hmm.
True.
So yeah, Callan, you said the swords are vanishing. Nail disappears. Callan gets made a god, and then he holds on to Syl as he feels himself being ripped away into nothing. So
Yeah, everyone else's body is made out of just investiture, but he's the only one with a real body, so he has to die. It's kind of, and his eyes get burned out like a shard blade.
like a shard
Rip-
blade, like a
Rip
shard
Callan.
blade.
Rip Kaladin.
Kaladin. All right, chapter 146, Night of Sorrows. We get Sigil, Renar, Seth, and Vinley. Liren is telling Sigil that he should be seeing Kaladin for therapy and not him. Wit, like he's like, Liren's trying to like heal him. Wit walks in and slams the door shut. Wit transfers the Dawn Shard, which is exist. It's the Dawn Shard of existence, essentially, or something. He
Does it say
transfers-
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I missed it.
It
Whatever.
was ancient and wonderful and terrible, and for a single all-powerful directive exists.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Well, I didn't know the different. It didn't hit me that the different dawn charts had different pushes.
Yeah, like a single word. Forget
Yeah.
what. Do we
I
know
forget
what
what
we know what?
means.
Yeah, we know what it is though. But I forget it.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it tells you in
In Dawn Shard.
Dawn Shard. So he also gives them a device that has several gears and what appeared to be glowing light, not trapped in a gemstone, but in an hourglass. I think that's Door, DOR.
Guys, I have to disappear for a second.
Okay.
My daughter's up.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I'll be right back. Y'all can keep going without me.
Door is like an investiture from Cell. I think that's what that is. I could be wrong. Um, Taravangian appears and then vaporizes Wit, and Sigil falls into Shadesmar.
Yep.
Rip Wit. Um, bye bye Rochard for Sigil. We'll move on to Renarin.
Yeah.
Navani is now encased in crystal in the upper floor room. Tower light still exists, but nobody can talk to the sibling or Navani. Renarin declines the throne and declares that Urithiru will have an elected senate and a ministerial exemplar. Cool words.
Yeah.
He visits his father's corpse, thanks him for being proud of him. Aladar, not May, but High Prince Aladar, says Dalinar failed to save them. Gliss tells Renarin and that Dalinar found a way forward. He's not sure what it is, but it is a way forward. And Renarin will have Yasna soulcast the corpse of Dalinar. So, fun stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Go switch over to Seth. Seth wakes up and finds Kaladin's corpse and Nightblood. Nightblood is worried that he killed Kaladin, but Seth said he did not. And then inside Kaladin's pack, Seth finds the woolen sheep and the carved wooden toy horse that Kaladin had gotten from Tien in the vision, right?
Yes, the magical spiritual realm, of course.
Yes. Nightblood says that the new god killed all of the heralds. Maybe that's true.
Yeah.
Seth resolves to live better and find the Skybreaker dissenters, and he goes to find help to bury Kaladin, which we know for a fact is the daughter of the farmer that he ends up marrying.
Yep.
So good on him. We know he gets married.
Yeah.
He probably had a cake that said, "Congrats on the sex."
Yeah.
I'm pretty good. I feel like Seth is not a virgin at this point, but who knows?
No, he definitely is.
He's definitely a virgin.
He didn't have sex in the flashbacks. He definitely didn't have sex when he was truthless, unless it was rape, which would be weird. So he's
He
probably
was
a virgin.
commanded,
Yeah.
have sex. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. He just, to me, he could go either way. I could see him not, but I could see him being celibate just because he's so haunted.
Yeah. Definitely gives that like warrior monk vibe.
Yeah, I get that. But also, I guess to me, he was so badass that like yeah, he fucks. But warrior monk, yeah, okay, maybe did it. Switch over to Yasna. She's reflecting in her room over her failures and her philosophies. She finds a note from Wit on her pillow and laughs because all she wanted to do was hold somebody. I want to dance with somebody. And she feels all alone. So then we
Yeah.
move to
She can do better than Wit, so
she can do better than Wit. And she will do better than Wit.
yeah.
I wonder who she will marry.
I mean, she doesn't have to do the Royal Throne anymore because there is no Royal Throne to do.
Yeah, she doesn't, but let's see. Would she marry Kolot? Maybe Kushcam?
You have to go all the way from Azimir to Urithiru, which I don't know if it's possible.
What about Dami, the Stormwall?
Maybe.
Because he didn't die as far as I know, and they
No,
went through
yeah, he's not dead. No, I know who she's married. The Lopin.
the Lopin. She's gonna
Yeah.
marry the Lopin.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I mean, wasn't he made a king?
Yeah,
Yeah, he was a king. Yeah,
yeah, makes perfect sense.
yeah. I like that. Lopin.
Yeah,
Lopin Colon. He takes her last name.
obviously, yeah.
Um, wow. Chris is missing all this crazy
He
shit.
is missing.
He's gonna
That's my official prediction for book 6.
All right, we move on to Vinley. It's been a day since Retribution ascended. He offered the listeners his light once a day at midnight, not asking anything in return, and they can use the light to power their surges. Some fused stayed behind, including a husked one that used to be a farmer. Venli burrows through the stone to the well and finds it empty, beginning to refill. So it was empty, but it's beginning to refill with the blue-black light, and it thumps with the rhythm of war. So uh, Taravangian decided not to move his well, or his perpendicularity.
Would he have 2 now that he's honor as well?
No, it
It's
looks
both.
like from
It's
from what I read here, where it was empty and was beginning to fill with a blue-black light.
yeah,
We know that war light was like blue-black,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. You're right.
and so it's filling with that light now. So it is the one perpendicularity. Cultivation left, so her perpendicularity is no longer there.
Yep.
Um, so this is the sole one, and Vinley knows where it is.
Yeah. She used to tell Adolin so he could tell Shalon.
Yeah. So
Fire trains the bed.
I'm
Or,
also not sure why Retribution
not all the bed, just the bottom sheet and the towel under it.
would offer his light to the listeners.
Uh, yeah.
That's fine. Okay, babe.
I mean, maybe he's like you're part of my troops. You just don't know it yet, so I'm gonna play nice to you as like kind of a long con to get them hooked on his light to like eventually bring them over. But then I don't know what he doesn't do that to the humans and Azor.
He does it to the whole world. He said that somewhere. He's like, everybody, they're covered in my light. They can only grow with they can only, eat using my light. I forgot exactly what he said, but he said that he referenced like he called him odium. Retribution referenced that somewhere that he basically everyone, if they want to live, have to worship him or use his light.
Yeah.
So it's not just him, it's everybody but Aegir and your theory.
I'm glad they got some fuse because I don't know how they repopulate with like 12 singers or 200 singers or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's good to but also 10 years is like weirdly too small of a time jump for them to like make the Shattered Plains like a thing. Because 10 years is long, but it's not that long. But it would be like an actual like
Well, I mean, is it that the
fire.
amount of time from whenever they killed Gavilar to the start of, or was it 7 years?
It was like
For 6 years.
6 years, yeah.
I
I mean, it's a long time. It's just like this is not going to be like a, which is kind of cool. It's not going to be like
It's not gonna be a super bustling thing, but it will be big. Like people
yeah,
can towns have been built overnight, like in the real world. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah. I'm
they have to
curious
go
if
up
like
very
curious if
fast.
there's going to be a lot of immigration from places not wanting to be in Odium if he's going to allow it and stuff. Even though there's no Oath Gate, you think they're gonna figure out how to do the Oath Gates with like Retribution Light and have some fun stuff like that?
don't
Oh
know.
yeah,
Maybe.
but yeah. I'll say said it. I wish there was more Vinley and listeners in this book.
I do too.
What we got was good enough, but I think it was a little lacking. It was a little anticlimactic with her being a radiant. She never really did radiant stuff, and I was waiting for them to like work with the humans and like, oh, we gotta be one and accept everybody to like fulfill to beat the bad guy or whatever. That never really happened. So it was a little
Yeah, I
disappointing.
thought that was going to happen too.
Yeah, like I thought it
I
was
mean, I
like,
guess that's what's going to happen in
yeah, probably book 6 or whatever.
6 through 10.
But like I don't. I guess Finley's gonna be. I don't know what she's gonna be doing, but I don't know. But yeah, it was cool. I'm glad they got their not to nothing back, and curious what's gonna happen in book 6.
Yeah. All right. Last final chapter 147, Light Flickering in the Darkness. We get Wit, Adolin, Shallan, and Sigzil. So Wit wakes up on Scadrial. Ulam used a piece of Hoyd's body to regrow him. Now, Chris, you and I both
Mhm.
know who Ulam is. I can't remember. Did this chapter, did it tell the readers what he is?
Oh, it doesn't explain Oolong at all. Oolong is from Trust and the Emerald Sea.
Ulam.
He is Oolong, and boy, is he a weird guy. I'm not sure where he originated. I thought he originated from somewhere else, but that's where I know him from.
Oh, you don't remember what he is?
No, I remember what he is, but I thought he's not
Oh,
from the world of Tress and the Emerald Sea. He's from somewhere else. I don't remember where. And I like, wasn't he just like a almost an undead thing?
oh.
Like he's a messed up thing.
If he's a thing, the only things I know are like Chandra or Kolas.
Yeah, he's
No,
a
he's not from that world. He's not from Scadrial. He was like he was wit level powerful, it sounded like. He was like immortal and all this other shit.
Well, I mean,
oh, he is a Khandra.
He is a Contra?
Yes.
Oh shit. No, no, no,
I mean, they're
You
basically
learn
immortal, so
in Tress, it says he's a Khandra.
dude, I read Tress before I ever started Mistborn like so long ago.
No, I know, but yeah, he's a Khandra. So,
that's cool.
but yeah. Anyway, so Wit's grand design was he had a little piece of his body that Ulam had, and so when he got killed, he regrew him. Um, let's see, he could still, sorry, Wit can still field design and other things on Roshar. The creation of Retribution has caused a time dilation around Roshar. Months will pass on Scadrial, while other only hours pass on Roshar. So Wit has to protect Scadrial because autonomy is moving on them there. So we have this other shard that is kind of evil that's descending on Scadrial. Wit looks into the realm of the dragons and sees something that makes him think that Dalinar is a genius. It's a storming genius. So, Adolin, we get 1.5 months after this contest. Adolin sits at a conference table in Azamir. They have 37 plate and blades for any to join the unoathed. Radiance can use powers in the tower, but nobody can leave it in the physical realm, and oath gates don't work. So the only option is else gates, but Yasna doesn't know how to use those.
She needs that fifth ideal.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Walk outside and see the clouds and storm leave from around Azir. Adolin is actually learning how to read, so he can try to understand his father. I think isn't he reading Oathbringer?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, he's reading the book his father wrote.
and Yasna wrote.
Well, no. No, Yasna just did the subtext text on it.
which is both. I'm just saying, if you're reading Oathbreaker, you're reading both because you
Yeah.
can read now, so you can read the women's.
I
So
know, but
he's gonna read the subtext.
Delinar wrote Oathbringer.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Dictated.
I was just saying, like, if you're gonna
Hmm.
technically, there's two authors because Yasna already wrote both, but yeah, there's a little pedantic bullshit.
All right. And now I'm gonna need y'all's help in a little bit. Shallan, she's made her way to cultivations where cultivation's perpendicularity was.
Was
She is determined to find a way back to Adolin, and she thinks the fuse might offer an alternative opportunity. She finds Felt and wants to use the Sion to talk to Kelsier. She says she has some news.
well,
Move to
yeah,
Side of cards.
We move to Sigil, who is in Shadesmar, and he's just kind of following along, moving off.
Yeah.
world.
he's
Hmm.
like
It's
he's like
12124.
yeah, he's like, bye guys, I'm gonna go into another book.
So yeah, he basically he's been tasked by Wit to leave. So he's leaving and he's getting on a basically a caravan that leaves and with the people that have the fire that don't burn. I forgot what they're called.
Yeah,
That are in Shadesmar.
yeah, he's basically, hey, read me in
Yeah, and
this
then
in this book that's already out. I'm like, okay, cool.
and then 12124 finds him and is like the
I don't
Iriali. That's the one I'm thinking about. He finds the Iriali who are caravanning out and he gets on there and 12124 is like, oh, I want to talk to somebody. I know you? You're a Windsprint. I mean, a Wind Runner. He's like, well, not anymore. It's like, well, I want to talk. Can I tell you about Kaladin? He's like, yeah, sure. And then he's like, and he starts talking. He's like, wait a minute, holy shit, you're Zethspren? He's like, well, not anymore, you know.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of it. And meanwhile, Wit's just trying to. I mean, I know Wit, Sigil's just trying to understand his new power.
But when
So it's kind of just
oh
set
gosh,
up.
sorry.
Yeah, it sets up for the Sunlit Man.
Yeah.
Then we move to Shallan, who has a conversation with Kelsier, and it's like Kelsier's like,
It
yeah,
has to be an infuriating conversation for Kelsier.
Oh
Because she's
yeah.
like, yeah. And then like 8 hours later, you get like a, yeah.
and so like he's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with you because we're not happy, but you know what? I've got time. And I actually have to probably deal with the Yoddle's brother, who's gonna probably start a civil war here. But you know what?
Which I don't understand why it was sort of so war. But whatever.
We haven't read Era 2 Mistborn.
Yeah.
And I don't remember a lot of the details
Well,
of that.
just
So
because if Iago, it'd be like maybe I guess he doesn't want to kill Shallan, but also they can't go kill Shallan because of the time dilation. Whatever.
uh,
Yeah,
But
I've already said my piece on this where I think it doesn't work. I think it would have worked way better if Shallan actually went to Thydakar. And it would have been cool. Like, all right,
I
now
agree.
we're expanding the Ghost Blood plot. We're taking Shallan off. She can't come back. We're taking her off world. And then maybe we could do like the time skip could be her coming if there was no time dilation. It could be her coming back. We could learn we could have Shallan flashbacks to Thydakar. Like we could have so much more cool stuff. I think this is very much a missed opportunity.
It would be a cool thing to have, like, if they did that where the sixth book, because the sixth book doesn't sound like a start of a new arc. It seems like a continuation. It's going to be a continuation of this,
Yeah.
but which is why it's the weird to use the word arc. Um, but it would have been kind of cool if like her coming back. So you're seeing the new world, not knowing what have happened, and we're experiencing the world with her.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
that's kind of like the cool thing to do is like have a character that doesn't know about the world that learns about the world with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. And like, yeah.
And that would have
like,
been a good vessel for that
it-
rather than a new character, since it's going to be continuation of the story, most likely.
if you're gonna do the crossovers, you need them to go off world, right? Like you need her to
Hey,
be
Zyle went in Crossworld.
yeah, but like you need our main characters to get because like it
I
could
know.
be a Stormlight book with them. They're going in the cognitive realm of spiritual. What's going to schedule? That's like
Well,
the
hey,
same. It's the same
let's talk about
shit,
that in a
right?
second. Let's finish the
That's
chapters. We're
so,
almost
sorry,
done. We're
sorry.
almost done.
All right.
So anyway, Shallan is like,
Oh,
hey, as payment, I want this Sion. I was like, okay, you can have him, but he is allowed to report on the uh, happenings on Roshar to me. She's like, okay,
anything you tell
cool.
them, I'll know.
Yeah. But hey, now, and we know there are other Sions on
And one of them's
Roshar, so
going.
she can communicate with people on Roshar.
Yeah.
Um, so that'll be her way of communicating.
Yeah.
So she actually reaches out and talks to a um a Sion that was in the tower and is like, hey, I need you to go to Aesir. He's like, oh, okay, that's a long way, but I'll go.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and then
Well,
Taravangian, he was what was he doing? He's in the he's in the spiritual realm, and we find out that he saved
going to Carbranth.
all Carbranth and moved it into the spiritual realm when cultivation wasn't looking. And so he didn't actually destroy it and all of his family. And so he's spending time there and not worrying about the events on Roshar right now. So
Yeah. I just want the novella of somebody in Carbroth, and it's basically Dark City. And they're like, why the fuck can't I leave the city? It's just like these weird people in trench coats and bald heads are like stopping me from doing this.
Every time they leave, they start like getting, they finally get on a boat and they literally like sail away over the horizon just to come back to Carbranth. They're like, what
Yeah.
the?
Yeah. Like they're literally trapped in limbo. It's really fucked up what he did.
Oh, yeah. So
no,
that's the end of the
it's
book,
just severed.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just
right?
severed.
And the last line of the book.
Uh, uh, we got epilogue, majestic
Hating
improvisation.
Dalinar for having been right. For having been right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Epilogue, majestic improvisation. We have a POV of Wit, and he is on Scadrial applying for a job as Waxilium Ladrian's carriage driver.
Yep.
And he gets the job because the other one died.
Yep.
And we move to the postlude, which is a POV of from Kalak, and he shows up in Alaswa. So they are all on Alaswa.
It's they are in the spiritual realm that is just looking like Alaswa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sees
they're kind of
all.
like in their own Carbranth.
eh,
Basically, yeah.
okay, yeah, hiding away.
Yeah.
He
So
sees
they're
the
not
other
actually on
nine
Alaswa.
heralds and meets Kaladin. He doesn't think he's worthy to be a herald. Kaladin convinces him to try and reclaim what he used to be. He sees Talonat in the back, and all that Talonat had said was that he forgave them all. And Kalak takes Kaladin's hand.
Mhm.
The
And
end.
Syl's totally there, right?
I don't know.
Like, right? Like that was the only thing is like I said that earlier and you were like, what? And I was like, yeah,
I think you're right. Yeah.
because he recognizes
That figure you couldn't was that nail sprint, but the woman with the white blue hair, long foot. Yeah.
yeah, that's Syl.
Yeah,
Syl's
that's
totally
so.
there.
Yeah. That's so.
I
All
don't
right.
remember the detail, but yeah. If it's white blue hair, yes.
Yeah.
So what you were saying earlier, Justin, I wonder what y'all would think about this. What if he ended Stormlight here? This was the end of the Stormlight archives. And the next book, like the instead of like in 10 years, instead of it being Stormlight Archives Era 2, it was a straight up just called like War of the Cosmere. And then it, even though it might have been based around Roshar, it was more about just like the like you know what I mean? Like because that's where it's leading to. Because if
Yeah.
you really like it can't all happen on Roshar, that'd be kind of weird. Like the whole
I
war
think
for
you could.
Cosmere happens.
I think you could do it with the Stormlight because like, you have like Avengers Endgame, so you kind of know that the Avengers are gonna be in there, right? So if you
Yeah.
do like Stormlight, it's gonna be like, all right. The main characters are gonna be like, well, I actually don't. Maybe like Shallan and Kaladin, right?
Well,
And
it's the
then
difference between like when the Avengers came out and they did like a few things like the Winter Soldier, a few other people started appearing, and then
yeah, but like
Civil
the
War. But
mainline Avengers, because
that's
like
what I mean. They make a Cosmere book that's like the Avengers.
yeah, I mean you could do that, but I think you could also do that with because this my problem was like, all right, like is like Wax and Wayne gonna show up? Like I don't know, like maybe they're cool. I don't know if
If
people really like Arrow 2 that much.
if it becomes a full intergalactic war,
I
people
think
not
if
really.
I do think if you're gonna do like an in-game thing, it needs to be a different series. Like it needs to
That's what I'm
be.
saying.
Yeah, I do agree with you.
I'm saying like after he has all the pieces set up from all the different like series,
Yeah,
I mean make a new series. It's just the combined.
like if like Stormlight
I don't
6
know.
is
What do you think, Brandon? You're way more in
is
costume than
like
we are.
Like if like Vivenna is like a main character of Stormlight 6, like a POV character and stuff, and like I don't know, Wax is in there too, and like then it's like Kaladin and Shallan, like the four main characters. Then it's like not really a Stormlight book; it's like a Avengers book or
It's a
whatever.
universe book,
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, I think so.
which I'm fine with the universe series.
yeah.
I mean, there's a few books that are farther past the Stormlight archives. I don't know if it's past book 10-ish. Um, but I can see like Stormlight not being the entire culmination, or even if it was like, okay, even if all of the other shards came to Roshar to handle up on Retribution, um, I don't see the book 10 of Stormlight Archives being like the end of Cosmere. Like, you
Yeah,
know, I
but
see
like
it as being the end of that conflict with Odium, like Odium Retribution.
Yeah, but it would be
Um,
the end of like the kind of like how Endgame is like the end of the majority of the Avengers people care about, and then the Phase
it's
4
also
is
the end of
like
the Infinity Stones. Like no one
yeah,
cares about Infinity Stones anymore. They're
yeah.
everything else is just stronger.
So like my problem with Stormlight actually in this book is I think he like pussyfoots around the Cosmere connections, and I think he needs to pick a direction. He either needs to
Either go
like
all in on making
go
it
all in or
multi-universe or just
not at
stop
all.
doing it.
Yes. Because like I said, like I wanted Shallan to go meet Thydakar. Like I want if you're gonna do it, you need to
Just do it.
fucking do it. Like have the Vena show back up with like, I don't know, fucking Wax. And they're like, hey, we're doing all this crazy shit. Let's team up to fight this guy. Or like, like Thydakar shows up, or like fucking Tin Soon, who's really cool, from Mistborn. That's a Khandra that could show up. I'm like, oh
Yeah,
shit.
here's some more.
I want like the thing is like crossovers. You have to
Like
get hype ass moments, right? And
they
you
would have
need
to put spikes back into them though.
sure, like it happens, but like you need like hype ass like Shallan meeting Kelsier would be a hype moment. But like Vivenna showing up randomly, like there's not hype crossover moments. There's like Felt. Who gives a fuck about Felt? Or like Demew. Like we need like if fucking Bree showed up, I was like, I became immortal, and like, oh shit, that's
What if
Bree.
at the end Wit like instead of Wit talking to like the carriage driver, it was Wit having a conversation with Harmony.
Yeah,
Like in person.
yeah. We need like Sazed showing up, or like
That'd be
yeah,
fucking
we need
vibing.
like hype moments, or you just
I
need
just
to
love
not
seasons.
you just need to not do crossover. But like in game, right? You're like, oh shit, Thor is talking with Star Lord. Like, oh, that's really cool. Like you need those hype moments, and we don't get it, and that's what I want, or not at all. Because it's like weird, like
If you're gonna
cameo
make an expanded
cameos
universe,
are not doing it. Because like you don't have to pay actors, right? You can go buck ass wild, and I wanted to go buck ass wild, and
I can see that.
hopefully book
I,
six
I, I can
does
I can
that.
see that, like, because it's
And I've defended this before
Yeah,
with like Brandon having talked about it, in that, you know, lately, like with the Lost Metal, with um this book, with Sunlit Man, with Tress, with Yumi, all these Cosmere books lately have way more cosmic connection
yeah,
than the earlier books, because the earlier ones, he was putting it in there in a way that was a little more subtle,
yeah.
so that it wasn't like, hey, are you trying to get one on us? You've got like a big series that you're tying in here.
yeah.
But
Yeah, but
now
at this point, it's
Yeah, like I don't care that like
he's
some
doing it.
random ass birds were in a short story. Like I want like what if like she went to go like she went instead of like Belt, right? She was like went and she was like holy shit, and like fucking Marsh is there, and like he's like hey Theta Guard needs to talk to you or whatever the fuck Marsh is doing in Era 2 or whatever. And you're like holy shit, she's gonna interact with Marsh, like that'd be cool. Like we need hype ass shit for it, because that's the point of a crossover is like, oh my god, these characters that I love are meeting these other I never thought they would like have a conversation with. And we get
at
like
some point, if you're expanding the universe, because yeah, at first, I get the idea of it's like it's very subtle. It's very subtle. It stopped being subtle book four.
yeah,
It stopped. It wasn't subtle anymore.
yeah.
So if it's not subtle anymore, do it
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
or
have
not.
to you
I can get where Justin's coming from on this.
he also needs to, like, all right, Elantris. Elantris is one of the earlier ones, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, there are like, Wit is around. I mean, he shows up in it, but he's just like, he shows up and delivers something for somebody.
Yeah.
yeah,
But it has its origin. It's like, okay, we're establishing these characters.
Yeah.
Warbreaker, we're establishing these characters. Mistborn, we're establishing these characters. The first section, that's Era 1.
yeah,
Now, Era 2, you have more characters. You have more main characters of the mortal variety, but you also have callbacks to people that became immortal.
yeah,
And then in Stormlight, these first 5 books, you're establishing these characters. Now, once they're all going, like, it wouldn't have the same. I mean, we have Shallan meeting, or Kaladin meeting Azure. We have Zio and all this stuff, but again, there haven't been established enough. Either side hadn't been established enough to warrant that holy shit moment. Like,
How many pages do you need to be established to do a crossover? Because I mean, I'm just saying, like, how many pages have there been of Mistborn? How many pages have there
7
been of
books or
Stormlight?
whatever.
Like thousands and thousands and thousands.
of
Yeah.
Stormlight, you mean?
And a Mistborn.
I was
And
thinking
Mistborn's what, 6, 7 books, then the Lost Metal, then
thinking
and have
this the other day.
the previous stuff, like where the 11th metal,
Yeah,
that stuff where he learns
so
it.
I was thinking this the other day. I wish Stormlight was first. These books came out first because they have all the cool characters that you would want to see in crossovers. So like let's say if this came out first and then Mistborn happened and you had like fucking Shallan show up in Mistborn. Like, holy fuck, that's Shallan. Like that the problem is Mistborn, all the good characters are dead in Mistborn, so they can't cross over.
Only Era 1.
Yes, everyone.
Only 2.
I don't know
Only
about yeah, the two main characters that people would be hyped about. Nobody gives it. I mean, Ham was like, I'm a family man or whatever, and like other people are dead. Breeze would be cool. Like if Breeze shows up, that'd be cool. But like the two
I
main
don't think Breeze are
characters,
chill, but you know who might? Okay, I don't know this. I almost don't want to ask it, but I'm wondering if Spook became an immortal.
yeah, like so if Spook would be cool. Like if he would show up, that would be a hype moment, right?
It's still funny we don't know his name. I don't think.
Lester
Born in
Borgness,
era
whatever.
too.
Yeah, wait, is
Lester Bornes is not his name.
that not his name?
Lester Bornes is a name he gave himself that means he
It's
was not born. Like he gave it to himself after his family gave him up.
Yeah, that's.
We never know his name.
I guess he doesn't have a name. His name is Vin Mistborn. I don't know, but yeah, like that's my problem.
I listen to this one.
but
yeah,
I mean, I do agree. Like, okay, yeah, all the cool
I
characters are in
I
here,
hope for
but
Era 6 there's more larger characters in the crossover. If it keeps going Cosmere.
like I'll just put a just a thing, and you can go ahead, Brandon. Is Chris will get this? Is like watching One Piece, right? Which is it's a thousand thing, but you have things that's like, oh shit, now they're working with Crocodile, who was like in like episode 200, and he's fucking cool. Oh shit, there's this other guy that showed like you get all these hype moments because you have all these different characters showing up randomly and crossing over and being cool. And if you're gonna do a big crossover thing, I really want it. Hopefully, it's getting there, and like maybe book 6 and stuff with like era 3, but that's actually past. Seems like it's past this, so I don't know. But like we need hype ass moments. I want it.
and
Did the three happen at the same time as Stormlight?
I think it's going to build to that because you have to, so like what the books leading up to this have been establishing is that all of the shards are in a non-involvement pact.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like Odium
It's
is
been established.
shattered. Odium has shattered one shard. He has killed or made two of them kill each other. We've seen ruin and preservation become one in one vessel. And now we're seeing Odium continuing his thing on Roshar, battling honor and cultivation. And then now it goes to him getting more power and going, now all of the shards, the entire Cosmere is like, oh fuck, this big moment.
yeah,
Now in the second 5 books of the Stormlight Archives, I think we're going to have those big oh shit crossover moments because it's warranted now because of the severity of Retribution being there.
yeah. It's I agree, and hopefully, but like so far, it's been like, hey, remember Felt? And you're like, no, I don't remember Felt at all. Hey, remember Demu? And you're like, yeah, I kind of remember him. I guess he's on Roshar doing nothing because he's in an interlude. Also, I hope book 6 and stuff, they just cut out the interludes. They're so dumb. Or like make them good. Like the interludes are so dumb. We know the world now. Like just get rid of them.
I love the interludes.
Do y'all have any predictions for the second era?
Second era. I think.
This
I think.
podcast is so long.
Yeah.
I know, that's why I'm trying to push it.
All right. I'll do one prediction.
We all do one prediction, then we say goodnight.
I th I think we're gonna get um we're gonna get a major like Mistborn character in Era 2 of Stormlight. We're gonna get like on Roshar, like physically, maybe Marsh or Wax and Wayne. We're gonna get we're gonna get a Era 2 Mistborn character in Roshar.
You got a prediction, Brandon? You want to hear mine?
You go ahead.
This goes back to Justin saying he wish, or was it you that said you would like? Someone said they wished that Delinar had that moment with Adolin before he died. there is a Dalinar still who has all of his memories. Adolin's gonna have a moment. Adolin's gonna somehow either defeat or convert the Blackthorn. It might be book 10. It might be at
Fucking-
the end.
He's gonna white vision him.
But he is going, like Adolin's going to have that final moment with it might be when he kills the Blackthorn and like he's like, I'm so sorry, something like that. But he's gonna have his closure.
Oh, I
With
also I have another prediction. Moash is not gonna die. They're gonna redeem Moash.
I'm sorry.
He did it with Seth. He's gonna do it with Moash.
I am going to save my prediction
Oh,
for
come on. We all went one right off the cuff. Come on.
no, I have one, but I
Ah.
cannot say it right now because we're going to be discussing Emperor Soul. So once
Um,
Justin and I discuss Emperor Soul, I will give my prediction for
Oh, yep.
the second arc of Stormlight.
I also think Lift and Gox are gonna get together. That's not really that big of a prediction because it's pretty set up. And Lift's gonna be like a main character.
well, yeah,
And-
she's gonna have flashbacks. She's gonna be a main
Yeah.
character.
And we're never gonna see what's her face? Like, Risen again. She's gonna get her own book. And we're never gonna see Vivinia again. She's gone.
Yeah.
Into her own book. They're gonna do Warbreaker 2.
Dude, there might be a Warbreaker too.
There's going to be. There's going to be
Yeah.
a Elantris 2 and 3, and I think a Warbreaker at least 2, maybe 3.
I need to read.
So-
Okay. Well,
All right, so I think
Finish Stormlight.
we finished
Yeah,
Stormlight.
we have finished the Stormlight up to book 5.
See y'all in 10 years when Stormlight 6 comes out.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about it for 10 years.
I will say, talking about it, I like the book a little bit better. It's still bad. It's fun to talk about though.
It is fun to talk about it. I don't think
Unless-
Blended Truth is the best book, but it's still fun to read.
Yeah.
It's better than some other stuff I've read. But all right, so I think Justin, you and I will read Emperor Soul and discuss that.
Yeah.
Next week. I'll make sure to bring that to you tomorrow. Yeah, after this long ass podcast, if you made it through it, cool, awesome.
If you made it through it, put it in the comments. I made it.
Yes, I made it.
Yeah, you're a trooper.
And
Or a hero.
like, follow, subscribe, share, leave a rating, review, all those things. It helps us out. It encourages us a little bit more to continue doing this stuff. So I know we just finishing this huge ass series. We're just like, oh, could breathe now. One makes us want to take a break, but once you start to do that, you're like, maybe I don't want to. But we're gonna keep this thing going. I know this is episode 98. We got episode 100 coming up, and we're gonna be doing a giveaway to celebrate that. And I'm thinking a leather-bound Cosmere book be given away. I think Cosmere Mo might be tossing in some of her Stormlight swag she has on her Etsy channel. And maybe even a sponsor will toss in something too. But yeah, I'm gonna do a giveaway. I think it'll be on Instagram. So if you're on Instagram, go follow us at the.paperweights. Don't post too much over there, but do all that. And visit our sponsor at mudcatwhiskers.com. Use code paperweights at checkout to save yourself 15%. And I was going to say, I think episode 100, we're going to do something special. We're going to have a few different bits that I'm going to try to kind of piece together. It won't be one long podcast like this, but it'll be several different recordings. It'll be fun. We'll have some guests, I think, that have been on come back, and some special stuff happening there. So tune in for the next 2 episodes, at least. Bye.
Bye.